I'm WAAY 31 morning meteorologist Grace Anello. Our high temperature today, just 28 degrees, feeling like the teens all day long. Snow will continue to pick up both in coverage and in widespread area throughout the afternoon and evening. And with a temperature that cold, we won't see any melting. Here's what we're looking at right now at 8:59 on 31 triple Doppler. Widespread snow starting to take place across the Tennessee Valley. More building through this afternoon and evening. Starting at 5 o'clock, we see an icy mix to our south and diminished snow to our north. I'm WAAY 31 morning meteorologist Grace Anello. Here's what we're looking at 31 triple Doppler at 9:30 even. More snow is continuing to move into the area. The purple, that's the stronger of the snow. These whites, we're just seeing flurries. So what does that mean? The strongest of the snow, the Huntsville metro, all the way across to Moulton and north into southern Tennessee. As we head through the rest of the day today, our high temperature will sit in the upper 20s. Note, that's well below the freezing mark. So any accumulation we do see will not melt throughout the day. It will be staying with us. Factor in the wind chill and we'll be feeling like the teens throughout the day. More snow comes into the forecast as we head later through lunchtime and then into dinner time shortly thereafter. Let's walk you through exactly what you can expect on future radar. The snow becomes more widespread and is falling in stronger amounts with larger snowflakes as we head closer to lunch. But then take a look at what happens right around dinner time. North of the Tennessee River, the snow that we see becomes more patchy and starts to push out of the way. However, south of the Tennessee River and even pushing up into parts of Madison County, we start to see a wintry mix. That's that pink color, and that's not a very good thing. When we see a wintry mix in North Alabama and southern Tennessee, that includes freezing rain. But here's the thing, freezing rain is something called super cooled, meaning it falls as liquid, but it's below 32 degrees. So as soon as it impacts anything, that could be a car windshield, a power line, or a road, it creates an instantaneous glaze of ice. Now we can plow snow and we can drive on snow. We can neither plow nor drive on ice, so that's a big concern. If you do live south of the Tennessee River, keep that in mind for this evening and into the overnight hours that you'll likely be seeing that dangerous and icy wintry mix. The good news is that all of that snow pushes out of the way and it takes the wintry mix right with it by first thing Tuesday morning. But again, remember, our temperatures will not be above freezing until Thursday afternoon, so I'm still expecting there to be widespread accumulation. When you wake up on Tuesday, temperatures of 12 degrees feeling like 0. When you wake up on Wednesday, temperatures of 4 degrees feeling like -10. That is the reason for the 3 consecutive 31 alert days in effect. So we have the cold all 3 days, we have the snow today, and the road conditions that will remain compromised shortly thereafter. For now, we're going to send you back to local programming. We are streaming on WAAY TV on YouTube and on our Facebook. Join us there if you have any questions. Plus, feel free to email me at gianello@waaytv.com for any specific questions you might have. We've loved receiving all of your pictures, but please make sure you're staying safe while you're giving them to us. We'll be back in just about half an hour with another update, and let us know if you need us in between now and then.
This is a WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather alert.
I'm WAAY 31 morning meteorologist Grace Anello here to talk to you a little bit about the snow that's going on. I just want to let you know we do have 3 consecutive 31 alert days in effect. This ahead of the inches of snow expected to come throughout the day on Monday and the roadways that will impact. I'm also tracking Arctic temperatures getting as cold as -10 degrees as we head through the next several days. Those 3 reasons, well, that's enough for our 31 alert days. Right now I'm tracking a snow band that's stretching all the way from Jackson, Mississippi up to Knoxville, Tennessee, impacting the Tennessee Valley as we speak. Now those whites you're seeing, that's just flurries, but the vast majority of us seeing that deeper purple, that is heavy snowfall in the region, and that we are seeing. Here's our tracker of what we've seen so far as accumulation goes, the most of which sitting in Muscle Shoals in far western Lauderdale County and in Colbert County. In that point, we're sitting anywhere between the 2 and 4 inch mark, expected to get up to 5 inches later this afternoon. Now here's the kicker. Our high temperature today, just 28 degrees. Once you factor in the feels like temperature, thanks to the wind chill, we'll be feeling like the teens throughout the day. That means that anything that falls is not going to melt, as we are not getting above freezing for several days' time. We'll see more and more snow enter through the late afternoon and then into this evening. So any roadways that you're looking at now, expect those to get progressively worse as we head through the rest of the day. Here's your timing on future radar. We continue to see snow showers stay with us in plentiful amount, bringing large snowflakes and sticking to the ground through lunch and later this evening. But take a look at dinner time. At that point, we see our northern areas north of the Tennessee River start to see spotty at best snow coverage. However, south of the Tennessee River, we see that pink wintry mix, and that is not a good thing. When we see a wintry mix in North Alabama and southern Tennessee, it includes something called freezing rain. That's rain that falls as liquid, but as soon as it impacts the ground or any surface, a car windshield, a power line, or a road, it instantaneously freezes into a glaze of ice. What's key about that? We can plow and drive through snow. We can neither plow nor drive on ice. So that could greatly inhibit travel, and that's something I want you to keep in mind if you do live south of the Tennessee River. That wintry mix continues through bedtime, but much of the snow is gone, and the whole system itself is pushed out of our way by the wee hours of the morning on Tuesday. Before we let you go, we are getting close to that. I want to let you see outside on the WAAY 31 Skycam network powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. Muscle Shoals absolutely dominated by snow, including on the roadways. If you're staying home and staying off the roads, you're doing the right thing today. Snow and black ice are there, even if you can't see the black ice. So staying off the roads is definitely the best call. The Space and Rocket Center here in Huntsville is starting to see some cars on 565, but more snow is coming to the area. So even if roads look passable now, they likely will not be within the next hour. Albertville not seeing much accumulation yet, but they're starting to get a touch of that freezing rain that will turn into instantaneous ice. Take a look at Decatur right now. They are seeing black ice and starting to see that freezing rain and snow mix. So again, be very, very mindful. If you do impact a patch of black ice, take your foot off the gas. Do not slam on the brakes. Just let the car naturally slow itself. Keep both hands on the wheel and drive very safely back to wherever you need to be on the road while doing your best to remain calm. Here's a look outside Toyota Field in town Madison, seeing that snow and seeing that freezing rain, just showing us that this is the last little bit of mild road conditions. Talking about this snow not going anywhere, when you first wake up on Tuesday, temperatures sitting at 12 degrees, feeling like 0. When you wake up on Wednesday, 4 degrees, feeling like -10. That's the reason for those 3 back-to-back 31 alert days. Stay with us on Facebook. You can stream us online on YouTube or on Facebook, as well as on the WAAY 31 WAAYTV.com. We'll have all the updates for you. I'll be right back here in 30 minutes getting you the next update. And if you have any questions between now and then, feel free to email me at gianello@WAAYTV.com. Our entire WAAY 31 Storm Tracker team, including meteorologist Amber Kulik and Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust, are here, and we're not going anywhere until this system gets all the way out of the way. We've got you covered. We'll see you back here in just about a half an hour.
This is a WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Weather Alert.
I'm WAAY 31 morning meteorologist Grace Anello, and we're cutting in to tell you a little bit more about today's snow, what's happening right now, and what you can expect. Plus, I've got to look at several roadways for you to get you real-time data. All right, we do have 3 consecutive 31 alert days in effect. This ahead of inches of snow expected to accumulate and give us plenty of slick roads over the course of the rest of the day today and into tomorrow. We also are tracking arctically cold temperatures, as low as feels like temperatures of -10 degrees coming just later this week. All of this coming to us from a much larger system that's stretching from Jackson, Mississippi up east into the Virginias, making its way into the Tennessee Valley as we speak. Now, the white that you're seeing, that is just sprinkles. The pink you're seeing, that's a wintry mix, and the purple, well, that is stronger pockets of snow. The vast majority of us seeing that stronger pocket of snow, but Scottsboro and Jackson County, you are seeing a wintry mix. We'll get to more on that in just a minute. Here's a look at our accumulation so far. As of 10:58 last night, meteorologist Amber Kulik tells us that we had up to 3 inches of snow falling in Muscle Shoals. Now, not all of that stuck. Roadways are still a little too warm at that point. However, now roads are significantly cooled, so what we are seeing is sticking across the area, and many of us expected to get up to 5 inches of snow by the end of the day today. Take a look right now at I-65 on the Tennessee River Bridge. Cars there, and it does look like the bridge has had people go on it and had been cleared. However, we're still seeing ice and slick spots and snow piled up on the side. And I want to let you know, black ice is a concern today. If you do impact black ice, the best thing to do is just take your foot off the gas and slowly steer yourself calmly back onto the road. Our high temperature today, just 28 degrees. Once you factor in the wind chill, we'll be feeling like the upper teens, with the strongest of today's snow coming later this afternoon and into the early part of this evening. What this really means for your bottom line, we will not see any melting today. Anything that falls is going to stick and accumulate without any melt. Here's a look at your future radar. We continue to see widespread snow throughout the Tennessee Valley throughout the rest of this morning and into this afternoon. But take a look at close to 5 o'clock tonight. We see a big change. North of the Tennessee River, we see just isolated pockets of snow. South of the Tennessee River, we see that pink, which is the wintry mix that we talked about in Jackson County taking place as we speak. And this is actually a bad thing. When we see wintry mix in North Alabama and southern Tennessee, that means it typically includes something called freezing rain, which is super cooled water. That means it falls as rain, but as soon as it impacts any surface, including car windshields, power lines, and roads, it becomes an instantaneous glaze of ice. Well, we can plow snow and we can even drive on snow. We can neither plow nor drive on ice. So if you do live south of the Tennessee River, that's something to keep in mind as we head later through this evening and into the overnight hours. There will be ice in your area, and that will greatly impact travel, even if you didn't see a lot of snow throughout the day. The good news is that conditions will be dry by the time you wake up Tuesday. A few more views for you. Here's a look at Muscle Shoals on the WAAY 31 Skycam network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. I'm glad to see that almost everyone is staying off the road. That's the safest bet for you for the rest of the day today. 565 in Huntsville outside the Space and Rocket Center does look to be mostly cleared, but again, look out for all slick spots. Albertville not looking bad at this amphitheater, Sand Mountain Park and Amphitheater, not seeing much snow in that area, but again, this region in Marshall County likely to see some freezing rain as we head later through the day today. Decatur starting to see some snow and build up as well. These are slick roads and they're just getting worse as more and more snow comes into the region. And lastly, take a look at 565 off of Toyota Field in town Madison. Cars driving slowly, more slick spots, more snow expected to come. All right, we're almost done here. When we wake up first thing tomorrow morning, temperatures will be at 12 degrees, feeling like 0 when we wake up on Wednesday, 4 degrees, feeling like -10. This is pipe bursting cold. This is frigid cold. So not only do you have to deal with the snow and the accumulation on the roads today, we have to deal with the fact that we won't be above freezing until Thursday afternoon. So please be mindful, please take extra care, and make sure you're staying safe on the roads and from the cold today. Now, our team is not going anywhere. I am here, so is meteorologist Amber Kulik and Chief Meteorologist Taylor Canoose. We We spent the night at the station last night to make sure we can get you all the information that you need. You don't need to be scared, but you do need to be prepared. I'm going to send you back to programming here in just a minute, but join us on our live stream on YouTube, on Facebook, and on WAAYTV.com. I'll be back here in just about 30 minutes for yet another update, and that one will last a little bit longer. It's coming with WAAY 31 News Midday, where you can get all the information you need and more live looks at the road around you. For now, back to your regular programming. So 3 consecutive 31 alert days in effect ahead of inches of snow expected to accumulate on roads, with plenty more of that still to come. What you can expect, all that and more, plus when we'll see negative 10-degree temperatures.
Coverage you can count on. This is WAAY 31 News Midday.
We're so glad you're joining us for WAAY 31 News Midday. I'm Storm Tracker meteorologist Grace Anello. Snow is blanketing the Tennessee Valley and inches more expected to come. The travel implications you can expect and how long they'll stick in our forecast coming up.
And we are tracking winter weather this midday. You are looking live right now from our sky cam in the Shoals. Minutes ago, all county roads in Colbert County declared impassable. The northwestern part of the state hit with the most snow from this Arctic blast so far.
And we do have crews who are standing by live. They're there to bring you the newest information on this Arctic blast.
WAAY 31 anchor Marie Waxel is in the Shoals. WAAY 31's Dave Brazelton reporting from the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker. But we want to get straight to our Storm Tracker meteorologist right now, Grace Anello, on this Monday.
Chris, Demetria, a lot to talk about, and a lot has changed since we last spoke in the morning show several hours ago. Take a look right now at the WAAY 31 Skycam network, powered by Thompson Roofing and Construction. Muscle Shoals now looking like a scene in a snow globe, absolutely dominated by snow. And again, many of the roads in that area are compromised and shut down, declared impassable. Take a look at 31 triple Doppler at 11:01 this morning. Snow stretching from Jackson, Mississippi up well into the Virginias and now impacting the Tennessee Valley. One new thing that we're seeing is a wintry mix, including freezing rain in Jackson County. The rest of us seeing this purple are seeing heavy snowfall, and it is accumulating on the roads. That reason, well, the snowfall, the accumulation, and the bitter cold temperatures, that has what triggered our 3 consecutive 31 alert days for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Now, I just want to be clear. My best advice to you is to stay home all day today and even into first thing tomorrow morning. However, if you are headed out, you should note that in Lawrenceburg, our feels-like temperatures are just 4 degrees, 12 in Huntsville and 17 in Haleyville. It is absolutely frigid. If you have to be outside for any reason, please bundle up. Travel impacts already well underway and just continuing to get worse and more widespread as we head through the night tonight and tomorrow. If you thought we were done with the snow for the day, think again. More snow showers continuing with us, and then a wintry mix, including ice, coming to our southern counties just around dinner time tonight. Those were your impacts. I want to walk you through this future radar hour by hour. When we come back in just a couple minutes, I'll get you all the information you need to know to be the most informed in town. Coming up.
Thank you, Grace. And WAAY 31, we put crews in place across North Alabama to bring you the best coverage as we track this winter weather.
And our coverage starts in the Shoals. Let's go live right now to WAAY 31 anchor Marie Waxel on this Monday. Hey, Marie.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, almost right on cue. We've got somebody on a four-wheeler here doing some donuts behind us. George, I'm going to ask you to turn the camera around here just to see this. This is very, very dangerous. They should not be out here, but they are here in this parking lot going live. So that's kind of the distraction that we're hearing. So go ahead and swing it back here if we can. And we'll talk about some serious stuff that just happened about an hour ago. The Colbert County EMA officials have declared all roads. It's an impassable travel advisory. So what does that mean? We haven't really heard one of these before, but you should consider all of the roads, the county roads in Colbert County, to be impassable. Now I'm right here, Avalon and Woodward Avenue. You see there's a fair amount of traffic given it is MLK Day. School is out, but you just see everyone's taking taking it very, very slow. There is a thin layer of ice and snow, and that snow you can see around me here in the live shot is just continuing to fall off and on, just wintry mix, freezing rain as well. I want to have you take a look at some of this video too. You can see we drove around the Colbert County area and Tuscumbia and Sheffield this morning, really just seeing these roads, all the roads, everywhere you look. Just, it is beautiful to look at, but it is very dangerous. And the EMA director was telling me what they're worried about is, even though people are out there driving on it, anything that melts today is just going to refreeze overnight, making conditions even more dangerous this time tomorrow. Go ahead and listen to EMA Director Michael Smith.
The county road department has been out with a couple of motor graders this morning trying to do what they can to take care of some of the more major county roads. But, you know, as soon as the snow is continuing to fall, and so, you know, it's a lot of the work that they're doing is basically just being erased right behind them. So they are doing a good job trying to stay ahead of that, and they've been working since early this morning, and will continue to do so to try to keep some of those main thoroughfares clear. But countywide, we are seeing all the roads in the county are snow and ice covered.
Again, it is a impassable travel advisory. Just consider all the roads to be impassable at this time, especially the further out in the county you get, the more dangerous, the more treacherous those conditions are out there for you. So be sure just to stay in if you can. Allow these crews to get out here, do their job. That's going to make it safer and quicker to recover for everyone here. Of course, we are going to maintain close contact with all the officials out here in the shoals throughout the day, throughout the night, as long as we can, to make sure that we are keeping you and your family safe and informed as this winter weather continues to blanket us here in the shoals. With coverage you can count on in Muscle Shoals, Marie Waxel, WAAY 31 News.
Marie, thank you. Some of the biggest snowfall in North Alabama is actually in western Lauderdale County.
And I want you to take a look at some of the video that we received into our newsroom as Ronnie Green get out early in Waterloo. He shared this video of the snow actually blanketing the ground just outside of Waterloo High School. Look at that track right there. Well, that snow combined with the intense cold is why we are under a 31 alert day today.
And we want to check in right now with WAAY 31's Georgia Clark. Georgia, this is the third time now you have ever seen snow in your life.
Wow.
Yes, it is. This is exactly like the third time. I grew up in South Alabama. This is nothing that I'm really used to, but thankfully Tuscumbia PD has been out working to keep everybody safe, and they've even pulled out some of their bigger toys to help them do that. So this is TPD's Humvee, which they say, despite it being a bit rougher on the edges on the looks department, it gets the job done, and it can help them get around on snow days like today. Now, and along with pulling out this monster, they've also got some more officers on duty.
We got a couple extra officers on to help, that have come in to help, then help us cover some extra calls, do what we can. But
now, TPD is just reminding everyone not to be on the roads today if at all possible, because as fun as pulling the Humvee out is, they're hoping to not have to use it today. So just be sure to be cautious and stay inside. And Marie and I will be back in the next half hour to give you more coverage you can count on right here live from the Shoals. With coverage you can count on, Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
Thank you, Georgia. Many counties in the state pre-treated roads. Despite that, travel is highly discouraged, though, to those deteriorating road conditions right now.
So we do want to go live now to WAAY 31's Dave Brazelton. And Dave, you've been on the roads for us all morning long. What do they look like now compared to what you saw earlier today?
Well, what I saw earlier today was pre-treated roads, and we didn't see much precipitation, but as the sun came up, that changed into a wintry mix, and as a result, we have ice covering the roads. This is the Beltline in Decatur, Alabama right now, and a few cars are out here, but it is very, very slippery. One thing I want to say also is that we're seeing quite a few young people with nice SUVs and pickup trucks spinning rubber and things like that. If you want to hold on to that car and not be at the claims office at the insurance company, go home. Go home, but enjoy the weather from at home. This is dangerous, and it's icy and very slippery. If you have to go out, go slow, drive behind other cars, and be extra careful. And of course, WAAY 31 will keep you posted all day with news and information on the weather conditions that you can see on air and online. Reporting live in the Storm Tracker in Decatur, Dave Brazelton, WAAY 31 News.
And thank you, Dave. And make sure you keep your distance, a safe distance behind those other
Absolutely.
vehicles. Well, we are already getting word of school closings as Huntsville City Schools will be closed tomorrow. Muscle Shoals City Schools will be closed both tomorrow and Wednesday. Now, lots of our viewers are helping us track this winter weather and tell the story of what is currently happening.
Billy Dixon shared his picture of the snow and ice on Highway 231 in Meridianville. You can see there are a couple of cars on that snowy highway in the distance. Now that picture taken along the highway, that is near Star Market out there. And this is a look at some of the snowfall in Lincoln County, Tennessee. Now, a viewer in Park City shared this video with Storm Tracker meteorologist Grace Anello. You can see the steady snowfall had covered the ground just north of the state line.
And this is another look at snow in Lincoln County, this time in Fayetteville. Debbie Wells captured this video in her neighborhood. You can see that snow coming down at dawn. It's covering the rooftops and the yards, even a vehicle that's out there.
And the roads. Oh, goodness.
Everything completely white. Well, this is another viewer shared this video with us as well. It gave us a look at Highway 13 in Tennessee just before dawn. You can see the highway just north of the state line above Florence is currently coated with snow. Look at it come down.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and that just to remind you again, these roads are slick, they are dangerous. As Grace said, you got to pay attention if you're on them, but best of all, just stay home and don't get on them if you can avoid it. So we do want to see your pictures of your children and your pets playing in the snow. If you've got video of snow in your area, send it to us. Email it, newsroom@waaytv.com. Again, that is newsroom@waaytv.com. We may just share it here on air and also on our website and some of our social media platforms.
Yeah, we love to see those kind of pictures. Well, we do know that the snow blanketed parts of North Alabama. It's been doing it since last night.
Right now, I want to check in once again with Storm Tracker meteorologist Grace Anello. So, Grace, you've been tracking road conditions all morning. Can you give us now maybe a live look at what we're seeing going into the afternoon?
Chris, Demetria, I can, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you many of our cameras are down, largely because of today's weather. But take a look right now. We are seeing accidents, and by far the most populated roads are 565 and 65. So if you are in those areas, that really everyone should stay off the road. But if you're in those areas specifically, be mindful that they are crowded and that you need to be extra careful. Take a look at I-65 at the Tennessee River Bridge, seeing slick conditions and just looking bitter cold. Now, the bridge has been plowed and it looks like it's been treated as well, but buildup of snow on either side, and just because something has been plowed does not mean it is not still capable of seeing black ice. So that's something else to be mindful of. Here's Highway 20 at Highway 31 in Decatur. Again, slick roads, hard to even see the river in this picture. We're looking at slippery conditions with plenty of snow. Muscle Shoals absolutely blanket and driving impassable, we know, in Colbert County. 565 outside the Space and Rocket Center seems to be doing okay, but Decatur, a whole different story, looking at slick roads that look very, very slippery and more snow mixing with ice. Here's a look at Madison outside Toyota Field, seeing plenty more snow than we saw just about an hour ago. And just a reminder, these conditions will get worse as we head through the rest of the day today. Should you impact black ice, do not slam on the brakes, just take your foot off the gas and calmly steer your car with both hands back onto the road. But again, best practice today, just stay home.
And we've got lots more coverage ahead at midday as we track this winter weather bearing down on North Alabama.
And still ahead, the huge snowfall impacting other parts of the country.
Plus, we'll show you the major effect happening on travel because of this winter storm when we come back.
Welcome back. The time is now 11:15, and that line of storms moved in from the west, and it brought snow to West Tennessee Sunday. I want you to take a look at the snow that blanketed South Haven. That's an area right outside of Memphis. Now, it made for treacherous travel conditions. As you can see, the roads looking kind of slippery there, too.
I'm not gonna lie, it's terrifying to watch those cars go by at that speed and just see all that snow on the road. Winter weather also affecting people trying to catch a flight. So this is video of crews at Love Field in Dallas working early this morning to get some of the jets de-iced. And we did check with Huntsville International. Weather led to the cancellation of 2 flights out of Huntsville to Texas this morning. Be sure, though, to check your flight information before you head to the airport.
And next and new at midday, the winter storm and the NFL playoffs. A look at the extremes for pro football's biggest games. Welcome back. The time is now 11:18, and that wicked winter weather is impacting a large part of the nation. You can see right now some of the harsh conditions that are going on, and this is in Michigan.
So Grand Rapids, Michigan right now dealing with several inches of snow. And some drivers ventured out, but most people in that part of Michigan chose to stay home. Feel like it's just a little too dangerous to get on those roads, they say. And some parts of Michigan also getting close to a full foot of snow on the ground. Western New York buried under a lot of snow this morning. Take a look at this man shoveling a path through the snow in Buffalo. The snow started falling there Saturday. Now, some parts of Western New York got more than 2 feet of snow.
Oh, yeah, I don't want any part of that. Well, that snow impacted an NFL playoff game in Buffalo, as this is a look at fans who actually came out to shovel some of that snow at Buffalo Bills Stadium. Now, New York's governor moved the Bills playoff game. Look at them. He took his shirt off and everything. They moved the Bills playoff game to today because of that extreme weather conditions. But they will kick the game off at 3:30 this afternoon. And they're not doing this for free. They're paying them $20 an hour to come out there and help them shovel that snow. So, dedicated fans.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 Triple Doppler.
Take a look right now at Highway 72 in Athens. Slick roadways, and this is the story all across North Alabama and southern Tennessee. A very similar story at I-65 and the Tennessee River Bridge. And last but not least, let's go ahead and take a look over at Muscle Shoals, absolutely blanketed in snow. One of the first of us to see snow today and still continuing to see it. Those conditions, well, they're with us all across North Alabama and southern Tennessee. And for that reason, I really need you to stay home today. Take a look at 31 triple Doppler at 11:20 this morning, blanketed in snow and a wintry mix in Jackson County, continuing to see even more snow come into the forecast later this afternoon. That, coupled with the fact that our road temperatures are well cold enough to see that snow stick and accumulate, and bitter cold temperatures that will be at and below zero in just several days' time, well, all three of those factors giving us plenty to issue 3 consecutive 31 alert days, those in effect Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Take a look at our snow totals so far. Several of us, the most, starting to see between 2 and 4 inches of snow, with even more expected through the rest of the afternoon. I want to be clear, we have not seen the most snow we're going to see. The strongest of this system is still yet to come. That pushes through just a little bit later this afternoon, say about 1 p.m. This is when we'll be seeing a little bit of a wintry mix to our south, but blanketed large snowflakes all across much of North Alabama and southern Tennessee. Take a look at dinner time, though. Here's what we see north of the Tennessee River. That snow coverage becomes spotty at best. That's a good thing. South of the Tennessee River, we start to see a wintry mix in pink. That's a bad thing. That means that we'll see freezing rain. That's what happens in North Alabama and southern Tennessee when our temperatures start to hover near that freezing mark. That means it falls as rain, liquid, but as soon as it impacts anything, a car, a roadway, or a power line, it instantaneously turns to a glaze of ice. We can shovel snow. We can drive on snow. We can neither shovel nor drive on ice. And that's something you need to be mindful of if you live east of I-65 and south of the Tennessee River as we head close to dinner time tonight and into the overnight hours. The good news is by first thing Tuesday morning, all of this wintry mix and snowfall is out of our way, at least from a falling from the sky perspective. But we're expecting up to 5 inches in southern Tennessee and in the Shoals, anywhere from 1 to 4 inches total in Huntsville, Athens, Decatur, and Moulton, and trace amounts of snow, but remember, up to ½ an inch of ice in our counties south and east and towards I-59. So the snow won't be falling anymore, but it will still be on the roads. Our high temperature today, just 28 degrees, remaining well below average for this time of year and well below freezing. That means we're not going to see any melting today. And the hours when we're seeing the strongest snow, those are still yet to come. That means we'll see greatly impacted roads as a result of that snow sticking, and then we have to worry about the cold temperatures on the back side of that. Well, how cold? I'm glad you asked. Just 12 degrees when you wake up on Tuesday, feeling like 0. 4 degrees when you wake up on Wednesday, feeling like -10 degrees. So bitter cold. Absolutely everything and everyone you love needs to be inside. Go ahead and drip your faucets to help out your pipes and throw an extra several blankets on the bed because you're going to need them. A lot to discuss in just 3 days' time. It's the snow today, frigid temperatures Tuesday and Wednesday, and take a look. We won't be above freezing until Thursday afternoon. And at that point, we have more precipitation in the forecast, but luckily it looks to be primarily falling as rain. This weekend, we are frigid with a high temperature of just 27 on Saturday, but the good news is we are sunny. Now our team is here, the whole weather team, and we're not going anywhere. So make sure you stay updated with us both on WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather app and here in the studio. We're not here to scare you. We're here to tell you all the information you need to stay safe, and we're not going anywhere. We'll be with you at least for the next 45 minutes, if not longer.
I love that. And she's not lying about that. They are literally right over here to the side.
Yep.
They're all in the computers tracking the forecast. So we definitely appreciate all the hard work that you all are doing.
Thank you.
Well, the weather affecting the presidential race. We got an update from Iowa straight ahead. Welcome back, everybody. 11:27 right now. The winter weather affecting the nation's first voting in the presidential election.
And snow and intense cold factoring into the Iowa caucuses. ABC's M. Nguyen is in Des Moines.
Kicking off this election year after months of campaigning, the first in the nation Iowa caucuses. Sub-zero temperatures and blustery winds still slamming the Hawkeye state. GOP frontrunner Donald Trump rallying Sunday, the former president who faces 91 criminal charges, imploring his supporters to deliver him a decisive victory. Trump holding a dominant 28-point lead in a new Des Moines Register NBC News poll. Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis now in a heated race for second place. Haley canceling an event Sunday with DeSantis nearby, still in person, pushing the idea that he, not Haley, is the only candidate who can beat Trump. The caucuses begin tonight with the power to reshape a presidential race. Here in the media room, media outlets from across the globe will be able to see results and report them out in real time. M. Nguyen, ABC News, Des Moines, Iowa.
And we're tracking that winter weather and how it's affecting North Alabama. An update on the roads and the latest word from law enforcement after the break.
Coverage you can count on. You're watching WAAY 31 News, Midday.
And the time is now 11:31, and we are tracking winter weather this midday. You're looking live from our sky cam and Muscle Shoals. You can see every single thing there covered in snow. Well, thank you for joining us on this WAAY 31 Alert Day. I'm Demetria Green.
And I'm Chris Tate. And we begin our team coverage this half hour with Storm Tracker meteorologist Grace Anello.
Chris, Demetria, a lot to get to, and I want to be clear, the heaviest of today's snow has not yet made it to the Tennessee Valley. All of this is the preview that we're going to see. Doesn't that just make you feel good? Snow stretching in a band from Jackson, Mississippi up to the Virginias, and 31 triple Doppler at 11:31 this morning, showing us plenty of that right here at home in the Tennessee Valley. This pink is a wintry mix that we'll talk about in a couple minutes. In Scottsboro, that does include some ice in it. The rest of us seeing just truly snow, and it is getting getting stronger and more widespread by the minute. This, coupled with the fact that our roads are plenty cold enough for the inches of that snow to stick to the ground, and bitter cold temperatures talking well into the negatives over the next couple days, that's plenty of reason to issue 3 consecutive 31 alert days in effect Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Now, if you have friends in Lawrenceburg, pray for them, because there feels like temperature right now is 2 degrees. In Huntsville, it is 12, and in Haleyville, it is 17 degrees. Now, I want to be clear. My advice to you, stay inside today and stay off the roads as much as you can. But if you do have to go out for any reason, even if it's just to play with the kids in the yard, bundle up. It is bitter, bitter cold. We're getting into hypothermia and frostbite territory, and well into it at that. Roadways compromised already for the vast majority of us, just continuing to get worse as we head through the night tonight and into tomorrow. The heaviest of today's snow comes to the Huntsville Metro, Athens, and Decatur right around 1 o'clock. Shortly thereafter, the snow gets out of our way, but we're left with a more dangerous wintry mix that does include ice. What that looks like, how long it sticks around, and who it will impact, I'll walk you through that hour-by-hour forecast on future radar, and time out when we'll see feels like temperatures close to negative 10 degrees. All that and more, making sure you're the most informed in town, coming up.
All right, thank you, Grace. And we are already getting word of more school closings. So earlier this hour, we told you Huntsville and Madison City schools, as well as Madison County, will be closed tomorrow. But within the last 20 minutes, we did learn that Florence, Muscle Shoals City schools, as well as Lauderdale County schools will both be closed on tomorrow and Wednesday. And this weather makes travel extremely dangerous. This is some new video the Lauderdale County Sheriff's Office posted a little over an hour ago. It shows the hazardous conditions on roads in the northwestern part of the state.
And we have new snow video from WAAY 31 viewer Yvette Williams. Now, she captured this video of the snow coming down. This is in Florence, and you can see it's already in this picture, blanketed the ground there. And we want to go live right now to WAAY 31 anchor Marie Waxel. She is live for us in the Shoals.
And Marie, you've been out in this all morning long. Tell us how it's looking right now.
Like a wonderful winter wonderland out here, really. We're actually getting pelted with sleet right now. We've seen a little bit of everything. We've seen snow, freezing rain, sleet, grapple. Throw all the weather terminology out there. You name it. As Grace Anello mentioned this morning and tracked for us, we are seeing it out here in the Shoals. You know, the Culver County EMA folks issued a impassable travel advisory, meaning you should just consider all roads to be impassable, not safe. There is a layer of thin ice on all of the roads, and that's topped with some snowfall, and now we've got sleet coming down, only making conditions dangerous as we continue on the day. And we watch them deteriorate throughout the day too. A lot of folks having fun. How are you? Shouting at us. If they are out, they are being safe. And that's another thing too. While it is very dangerous, we understand, hey, we don't always get this here in North Alabama. So we're having a lot of fun. I want to show you some just of the video that we've seen, some of the roads as we were driving through Tuscumbia earlier. Okay, no video now, but this is just what we were seeing, you know, people coming by and they're saying hi and they're being safe. And we want to remind you, if you do have to go out or if you're doing anything, maybe you're sledding, just to be very safe, be responsible. Remember, you don't want to put yourself in a position to put others in danger or, you know, to make it more dangerous for first responders to get out to you to try and rescue you. A dangerous situation that we have going on. I think we have some sound with a Deschler High School student that we caught walking down Tuscumbia to go to his girlfriend's house, and listen to what he had to say. He was the lone one out there on the sidewalk. Take a listen.
Parents said I couldn't go nowhere, drive, or anything like that, so I was like, whatever, I'm gonna walk. So that's what I'm doing out here, and it's just, I'm enjoying the snow, the cold, because what 17-year-old doesn't want to be out in the snow at this time?
How many layers you got on?
Well, I got 6 shirts, a hoodie, a jacket, and 2 pants and 2 pairs of socks.
You know, he has it right. He knew exactly what he was doing. Bringing in WAAY 31's Georgia Clark, who's my partner in crime out here during this coverage. We've been at it all morning long. We've got our hot hands here keeping us warm while people are having fun. You know, it is pretty dangerous situation, so we do have to keep the seriousness top of mind. First and foremost, everyone's safety. But Georgia, if you can, I'm going to hand the mic off to you. Walk the viewers through what we've seen since we left the hotel this morning.
Well, Marie, we've kind of, like you said earlier, we've seen a little bit of everything today. Right now, we're getting pelted by this wintry mix. It was a lot more fun earlier when we had the snow, but right now, Marie's just going to take the camera. We're going to pan out, and so we left the hotel this morning at about 3:45, and it was pretty calm. There wasn't a lot going on. It was just there was a light dusting of snow, and then about 5:30 it started to pick up, and then it started to snow pretty heavily. See, I'm from South Alabama. I grew up there my whole life. I've only seen snow this is the third time I've seen snow in my life, so this is an experience. And so we have been in contact with law enforcement today, and they have said, just stay safe, stay inside. As Marie said, that there's this all roads are considered impassable right now, so just take that and run with it. Don't go outside if you don't have to go, and just be safe if you can. I'm gonna pass it on back to y'all at the studio with coverage you can count on. Georgia and Marie, WAAY 31 News.
Well, Georgia, you will learn very quickly. Snow is very nice to look at if you don't have to be in it.
Exactly. That is the truth.
Well, the WAAY 31 storm tracker is seeing lots of action this morning.
So let's go live right now to WAAY 31's Charisma Thrash. Charisma, you've been rolling all morning in the storm tracker. What are you seeing out there right now in the midday hour?
Chris, Demetria, we've certainly been rolling here in Morgan County, specifically in Decatur. We're now on Beltline Road, and me and my colleague David Breezelton, we have been tracking the developments in the weather. Let me step out the way right now and show you exactly what's happening. Now, earlier, right before 6 this morning, light rain had started to come just down, and it was progressing into falling into snow flurries. Now we're seeing the remnants from the early morning rain beginning to stick to the pavement, making it a challenge for some commuters this morning. And now the temperature is currently in the mid-20s and will continue to drop throughout the day, which will lead to a greater chance of unforeseen ice on the roads. Now, luckily, the Alabama Department of Transportation, they've been working to clear these roads and make sure they're nice and clear for commuters. But make sure you stay with us not only on air, but online for those developments and changes in the forecast, because, again, as our meteorologist Grace Anello has already stated, things can change throughout the hour. So, again, stay with us on air and online. From the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker, I'm Charisma Thrash.
All right. Thank you, Charisma. Yeah. Now, you and Dave, get out of that weather, right?
Absolutely.
Well, the road conditions are getting worse all across North Alabama.
And we do have some pictures of that snow's effect right now on the corner in Athens. So the Houston Memorial Library and the square all looking beautiful, but it's not ideal weather to travel in. So if you're in Limestone County, if you're anywhere where there is snow or ice, probably anywhere within the sound of our voices, if you don't have to be outside, don't risk it. It's not worth the damage to your vehicle. It's not worth, even more importantly, the injury to yourself or your family. We also have a good idea of what Tony looks like right now. Tony Volunteer Fire and Rescue sent us these pictures of roads. Also, you see there in Tony covered with snow. And some roads are also covered in a thin layer of ice. Travel conditions expected to get much worse throughout the day there.
And the snow blanketed parts of North Alabama has been doing it since last night.
I want to check in once again with Storm Tracker meteorologist Grace Anello. So Grace, again, you have been keeping a close eye, tracking this storm and these road conditions all morning. Are we out of the woods here in the central part of North Alabama, or when might we be?
No, Chris, we're not out of the woods, and we won't be for several more hours. Take a look right now at our Best Way traffic map. Honestly, I'm a little upset at this. We do have several accidents, but look at how crowded several of our major roadways are, including 565. Now, I know there are people that need to be out on the road that are essential services, but if you're not one of those people, for you, for your family, for those around you, please go home and stay safe there. Take a look right now at Highway 72 in Athens, a slippery situation, and you can tell roads change every 100 feet or so. So just because you might see an area that doesn't look slick doesn't mean the rest of the road isn't. I-65 at Tennessee River definitely slick and likely to see some black ice as bridges do freeze first. And Decatur looking slippery as well at Highway 20 and Highway 31. So moral of the story, if you don't have to be on the roads right now, please don't be. Even if they look like they're paved or not snowy, black ice is still a huge concern and can be one of the most dangerous things that we deal with in weather. So if you are out, please drive safely. And if you don't have to be out, well, enjoy your snow day at home.
And next, staying warm with temperatures plunging. The safety warning about those space heaters.
And this Arctic... Welcome back, everybody. 11:44 on this Monday. This Arctic blast has a lot of people working to find ways to stay warm right now.
Yeah, firefighters are reminding you to be careful with how you go about it. First up, they say be sure to keep at least a 3-foot area around your space heater or your fireplace. They also say keep those kids away from the heaters and fireplaces as well. And don't put items like rugs over those cords.
Those things go through a lot of testing, but there's just always those unknown sources and reasons that they can catch on fire. So you really want to take all the precautions necessary if you're going to be using one.
And since those space heaters use a lot of electricity, firefighters say do not use extension cords to power them and don't plug too many appliances into one outlet.
Well, up next, the update on travel conditions across the Mid-South.
And welcome back. The time is now 11:47, and we're staying on top of the travel conditions in the south due to all of this snow.
Interstates in the Nashville area now snow covered. The late morning traffic was light and some fender benders have been reported. Bottom line, though, people encouraged not to even try to travel right now. And snow affecting places as far south as Plano, Texas. You can see they got a trace of snow overnight. Now the snow and cold combined to affect jets at Dallas Love Field. And the Weather Channel's Justin Michaels reports from Tyler, Texas for us right now.
Tyler, Texas is seeing all sorts of frozen precipitation, from very fine snow to sleet to, yes, even icing overnight. A dangerous morning. TxDOT is reporting accidents all across North Texas, and they're working hard to try to keep the roads as passable as possible. You can see Broadway here going into Tyler is truly an icy mess. Not something you want to be driving on. The good news is it is a holiday, the Martin Luther King holiday. Hopefully most people are staying home. Another major issue here in Texas, could power demand overtake supply? Well, ERCOT, the manager of about 90% of the power in Texas, is really concerned that could happen tomorrow morning around 8 o'clock, where several thousand megawatts more power will be needed than that's available. So they're asking people to conserve today, turn off appliances, don't use them for the few hours this morning, unplug things if you can, save as much power as possible, even drop the temperature in your homes to save power. They're asking people to do that so there may not be blackouts tomorrow. In Tyler, Texas, Justin Michaels, the Weather Channel.
Now, WAAY 31 storm tracker meteorologist Grace Anello with 31 triple Doppler.
So, Chris, what's our timeline this afternoon for knowing here in Huntsville, in the metro area, what we're actually going to get? Because there's still things happening out there.
There are, and actually the strongest of the snow that we're going to see today is still on its way to the metro. It'll be out of our way by about 2 o'clock this afternoon. So that's what we're monitoring is really the next several hours. And by the way, just want to let you know, I know our show normally ends at noon, but with today being such a special 31 alert day, we're not going anywhere. So don't change that channel at noon. We've got more information for you. Take a look right now at the roadways. One of the most asked questions I've been getting this morning is, are the roads drivable? Well, take a look at I-65 and the Tennessee River Bridge. Now, I want to let you know bridges freeze first. So we are seeing plenty of cars on the road, but that doesn't mean that it's safe for you to be out. Highway 72 in Athens is looking icy and glazed. I'm happy that the cars I do see are going very, very slow. But if it's not essential for you to be out and about today, I would recommend not being out and about today. Take a look at 31 triple Doppler at 11:50 this morning. A wintry mix with some ice in Jackson County, but the rest of us seeing widespread snow in the area that's just continuing to get stronger. That snow coupled with frigid temperatures that are dropping our road temperatures to the point where this snow will both stick and accumulate, well, that's given us more than enough reason to issue 3 consecutive 31 alert days in effect for Monday, Tuesday, and even Wednesday. Let's take a look at our accumulation so far. Several of us sitting in that 2 to 4 inch range anywhere from Fayetteville, Tennessee down to Muscle Shoals and even over to Waterloo. So plenty of snow and still more to come. The strongest of which makes its way into the valley from noon until about 2 o'clock this afternoon. After that, when we get to dinner time, we start to see just some flurries and pockets of snow north of the Tennessee River and along the Tennessee-Alabama state line. South, we see pink, and that's more concerning to me. When we see pink, that means a wintry mix, and in the Tennessee Valley, that means a mix of freezing rain. That means it falls as liquid, and then as soon as it impacts any surface, because that rain is something called super cooled, it instantaneously turns to a glaze of ice. That could be a road, that could be a car, that could be a power line. We can plow snow, we can drive on snow. We can neither plow nor drive on ice. So that is going to be a problem for those of us south and east, and it's something I really want you to take seriously if you are considering getting out and about. That wintry mix does stay with us well through bedtime, but the good news is by the time we wake up on Tuesday morning, those conditions are dry and out of our way. But we'll still be left with plenty of snow and ice on the ground. In southern Tennessee and in the Shoals, we're looking at up to 5 inches of rain, anywhere from 2 to 4 inches in Huntsville, Athens, Decatur, and in Moulton. To our south and east, you're looking at just trace amounts of snow, but up to a ½ inch of ice thanks to that freezing rain. So all of us need to be weather aware today. Again, the majority of that snow, the heaviest of which, coming later this afternoon and into about 3 o'clock today. Our high temperature, 28 degrees, well below average. And once you factor in the feels like, thanks to the wind chill, we're feeling like the teens all throughout the day today. This leading to slick road and frigid cold temperatures, meaning that the snow is not the only thing we have to worry about. It's staying warm from these temperatures as well. So if you're headed out with the little ones to play in the snow, bundle them up. We are definitely in frostbite category and we're definitely in hypothermia category. When you wake up on Tuesday, temperatures will be just 12 degrees, feeling like 0. When you wake up on Wednesday, 4 degrees, feeling like -10. This is as cold as it gets, folks. It is frigid. So please bundle up, drip your pipes, and throw an extra several blankets on the bed. We won't be above freezing until Thursday afternoon, and even at that point, it's 41 degrees, so we're not well above freezing. Take a look at this weekend. Sunny, but absolutely frigid, with a high temperature of Saturday sitting at 27 degrees. Now, our team is not going anywhere. You can stream us on YouTube and on Facebook, plus download the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather app for updates sent right to your phone with everything you need to know. Now, you don't need to be nervous. You don't need to be worried. Our team is here and we're not going anywhere, but take this time to stay safe and make mindful decisions ahead of the incoming weather.
Good information there. All right.
All right, Grace, thank you.
Thanks so much.
And icy conditions in Iowa right now affecting today's vital caucuses. The latest on the presidential campaign straight ahead. Welcome back, everybody. We are tracking winter weather this midday, and you are looking live right now from our sky cam in Muscle Shoals. The northwestern part of Alabama is what is getting hit the most with snow from that Arctic blast so far.
And we are staying on top of those school closings as they come in. So far, Huntsville and Madison City schools, as well as Madison County, will be closed tomorrow. Florence, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia City schools, as well as Lauderdale County schools will be closed both tomorrow and Wednesday. And we are continuing to update this list that we do have online at WAAYTV.com. And lots of our viewers are helping us track this winter weather, and they're telling us the story of what's happening.
Yeah, so Billy Dixon shared his picture of the snow and the ice on Highway 231 in Meridianville. You can see there in the distance some cars on that snowy highway. The picture taken along that stretch of highway near Star Market there in Meridianville, just to give you a reference point.
And this weather makes travel extremely dangerous. This is some new video the Lauderdale County Sheriff's Office posted a little over an hour ago. It shows the hazardous conditions on the roads in the northwestern part of the state.
They appear to be the first on that snowy road. So take a look at this snow video from a WAAY 31 viewer, Yvette Williams. She captured this video of that snow coming down in Florence. And as you can see there, it had already blanketed the ground when she took that picture. A WAAY 31 viewer in Lauderdale County sent us this video. You can see that thick blanket of snow on the ground. The cold also started to cause a pond to freeze over there in that area.
And the road conditions are getting worse all over North Alabama.
So we have some pictures of that snow's effect right around the corner in Athens. The Houston Memorial Library and the square looking beautiful, but this is not ideal weather for you to be out in, especially if you're trying to travel. If you are in Limestone County, folks there, investigators, police departments, all those first responders say stay inside, stay home if you possibly can. We also have a pretty good idea of what it looks like in Tony now, thanks to these pictures. Tony Volunteer Fire and Rescue sent us pictures of roads covered in snow. Now, some of those roads even covered in a thin layer of ice. Travel conditions expected to get even worse in Tony throughout the day. Another reason, all that ice, stay off those roads if you can. I want to show you right now a look at some of the snowfall in Lincoln County, Tennessee. Now, this is from a viewer in Park City. Also, storm tracker meteorologist Grace Anello, you can see the steady snowfall had covered the ground just north of the state line.
And here's another look at snow in Lincoln County, this time in Fayetteville. So Debbie Wells captured this video in her neighborhood. Everything is covered and that snow is still coming down. This happened around dawn. Beautiful sight though. And another viewer shared this video with us. They gave us a look at Highway 13 in Tennessee just before dawn. You can actually see the highway just north of the state line above Florence is just coated with the snow.
Yeah, Brent Littrell, I think, yeah. And we'd love to see your pictures of your kids and your pets actually out playing in that snow. If you got some video or pictures you want to share with us, email them to us. The email address is newsroom@waaytv.com. Again, that is newsroom@waaytv.com.
Well, it's 12 o'clock p.m. on the dot, which is normally when our show ends. But today's an important day, meaning that our team, well, we're not going anywhere till this system gets out of the way. If you're just joining us, I'm WAAY 31 storm tracker meteorologist Grace Anello, and several more inches of snow are expected to fall as we head through the rest of the afternoon. Take a look at 31 triple Doppler right now. We're looking at some freezing rain mixed in with snow in Scottsboro and the rest of Jackson County. The rest of us continuing to see more and more snow come into the region, the heaviest of which is sitting just west of the I-65 corridor and tracking east. For this reason, we have 3 consecutive 31 alert days in effect for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. This ahead of inches of snow. Road conditions plenty cold enough for that snow to stick and accumulate. And then on the backside of this snowy system, feels like temperatures close to -10 degrees. So I would say that's more than enough to issue several alert days. Now, I want to be clear. I am advising each and every one of you to stay home. But if any many of you are headed out, please, please, please bundle up. Feeling like just 3 degrees right now in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, 12 in Muscle Shoals, 27 in Scottsboro, and just 13 in Decatur. Conditions are frigid and windy. This is frostbite territory. This is hypothermia territory. So please be mindful of that and stay safe. Our high temperature for the day reaching in just a moment, sitting in the upper 20s. Factor in the wind chill and we'll feel like the teens throughout the day today. The strongest of today's snow is making its way into the Tennessee Valley as we speak, and will exit right around time for your 3 o'clock coffee run. As a result, the Tennessee Valley remains in a winter storm warning through 6 o'clock on Tuesday morning. Let's get you through the timing. We see that heaviest snow shift east right around 1 o'clock and then start to push out of the way around 2:30. At that point, we start to see a big change in our pattern. North of the Tennessee River, north of Huntsville, Athens, and the Shoals, we start to see just some patchy snow in the area. South of that, that's where we see a wintry mix, which makes road conditions significantly more dangerous. This wintry mix does include freezing rain. That means it falls as rain, and the second it touches anything, because that rain is called super cooled, it instantaneously forms an icy glaze. That could be on roads, on power lines, or on cars, making this very, very dangerous. Why is that? Well, we can plow snow and we can drive on snow. As we all know, ice is a completely different story. It's unplowable and very, very dangerous to drive on. Most places impossible to drive on. That wintry mix stays with us through dinner time and well into the bedtime hours if you live east of the corridor and south of the Tennessee River. So I want you to be mindful of that. Just when you wake up tomorrow, it doesn't mean that roadways are going to be passable and things are going to be good to go. It means we're still very much dealing with this system. The good news is all of the rain, all of the snow, all of the wintry mix pushes out of our way by first thing on Tuesday morning. Well, that's your timing and your impacts. I'll be back with more of what you can expect for the rest of the day today and what the rest of your week looks like, including when we'll see those feels like temperatures of -10 coming up in just a couple minutes.
And we also want to right now go live to WAAY 31 anchor Marie Waxel. She is in the Shoals for us right now.
And Marie, you've been out all morning long. Tell us what you're seeing right now.
You know, what you don't see is when I'm not on camera, we kind of get a lull in whatever's coming from the sky as far as this wintry mix. But every time you seem to come to me live this morning, I'm getting pelted with either snowflakes. In this case, we've got some sleet that doesn't feel too good when we get some of these large gusts of winds here, but it is a lot colder now at noon than what we were dealing with at 4 o'clock this morning. Looking around here, maybe a ½ inch or so sticking on the grounds in some of these parts across Colbert County. I know a lot more has fallen, but it just didn't start to stick until really well after midnight last night. A lot of it was starting to melt off, and a lot of it icy conditions, as Grace was just talking about, making it dangerous driving. You know, it's a wintry mix. It's not all snow. It's not all that fun stuff. A lot of it is that freezing rain. We had to stop several times to pardon that, just a second. Let that person get on down the road. We had to stop several times to de-ice and to take the ice scraper to our windshield just to make sure that we could see and everything was being safe and as responsible as we can be out here on the roads, because we are telling you not to get out and drive, and so we need to make sure that we are being safe and responsible, which is why we haven't crossed over O'Neill Bridge or the Singing River Bridge, because we just know it's too dangerous, and why chance it? Here in Colbert County, there is a travel advisory. There is all roads are considered to be impassable at this time. You can see traffic has picked up a little bit, but right behind me, right here, we've got snowplow. Look at that. Because there are other vehicles on the road, it's making their jobs a lot more difficult. They're trying to get this road cleared and keep it clear and safe for all of you. But when you're out there clogging the roads, they have to go slower. We have limited resources out here, and they really need to be able to do their job and scrape these roads and keep it safe for all of you. I want to go ahead and bring in WAAY 31's Georgia Clark. Georgia, we've had a lot of fun. I'm going to step up here. She's a little bit taller than me, so we're on the same level now. Walk us through. I said we started, you know, just before 4 o'clock this morning, but what we see now and stuff on the ground, it wasn't out here at 4 o'clock this morning.
Oh yeah, nowhere near close. This morning it was very calm. This morning it was about 3:45 when we got moving and got in the car to get going this morning, and we were like, I was expecting, you know, winter wonderland when we got up, but it was really just pretty calm. There was just a light dusting. So this is a big change since 4:30 this morning. But right now, like Marie said, we're getting pelted with this sleet. So after we left at 4:30, it wasn't until about 5:30 that we were able to start seeing some actual heavy snow. And today we've actually been in contact with law enforcement. We went over to Tuscumbia PD. They showed us their Humvee that they use while they are in these types of conditions. They use it for all kinds of things, but today it is a tool for them to try and help people if there's anyone that needs rescuing from the side of the road or anything. So we got to do that, and they also wanted us to, spread the message of if you don't need to be out, just stay inside, because I wish the snow would come back, because this is miserable, and it is making, as Marie said earlier, making the roads pretty dangerous. And as you saw earlier, that snowplow has a job to do, so just try and keep the roads clear if you can. But right now we are just keeping track of this weather. We've got another team coming in later this afternoon that's going to keep you up to date, but just stick with WAAY 31 this afternoon for more update on this crazy weather we're experiencing. But for now, I'll send it back to y'all in the studio with coverage you can count on. Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
Georgia, thank you. Several counties and the state pre-treated those roads. Despite that, travel is high, though, and of course, authorities encouraging people to stay off those roads because of those conditions.
And now we do want to go ahead and check in with WAAY 31's Dave Brazelton, because Dave has also been on the roads all morning long for the past few hours. He's been checking out those conditions for us.
And good morning to you, to everyone out there. Good afternoon. It's 12 noon anyway. Yeah, the county crews, along with the Alabama Department of Transportation, have been working hard. They've pre-treated the roads, and they've been monitoring. Our hats off to Limestone, Morgan, Madison, and all the surrounding county areas for keeping the roads the way they are. Despite the wintry mix that you'll find on the roads, and it is slippery, it seems like you have white spots, but also that slippery clear patch that you have to watch out on these roads. As we've been telling you, as Grace has been telling you all morning long, that wintry mix can be very hazardous, especially with the temperatures dropping down. So our advice to you is, once again, stay home. Unless you have to come out there, drive carefully, and also let's show you just a little bit of what it looks like. This is the 72 alternate and 20 before it connects to 565, headed east towards Huntsville in Madison County. Everybody has seemed to heed the warnings and sort of gotten off the roads, but you can see the little white patches there. In the darker, the most dangerous, because that's ice right there, clear ice that can have your car spinning in a ditch. So all in all, be careful if you have to come out. If you don't, stay home and just stay with us, because we'll keep you posted all day with complete coverage on air and online at WAAYTV.com. We're live on the Storm Tracker in Morgan County. Dave Brazelton, WAAY 31 News.
Thank you, Dave. The Limestone County basketball tournament set to start Monday is now postponed indefinitely because of winter weather. When I say Monday, I mean today. In a Facebook post, school leaders actually say they hope to have a new tournament plan and scheduled sometime later today.
And that tournament was supposed to run through Friday, but we will continue to monitor the situation. We'll update you both on air and online once school leaders reschedule that tournament. And as we know, the snow has blanketed parts of North Alabama since last night.
Let's check in once more again with Storm Tracker meteorologist Grace Anello. Grace, you have been all over this storm from the predictions of it for several days to now it actually being here upon us. So what are you seeing right now, and is there an end in sight to any of this?
Chris, Demetria, yes, there is an end in sight. However, it is not upon us, and it is still several hours away. We've been tracking the system for you for the last about 8 or so days, and now it is very much here. Take a look at our best way traffic. Now, here's what I want to let you know. This is Martin Luther King Day. There are not a lot of cars on the road, but look at how backed up our major roadways, including 565 and 65 are. That means the few cars that are there are having trouble on the road. So take that as advice for you to stay home if at all possible. We're also seeing several accidents purely because of those slick roadways. Take a look at Highway 72 in Athens, very slick. The cars that are there going slowly, and we're seeing conditions in Athens getting worse and worse by the minute. Tennessee River Bridge, well, keep in mind bridges freeze first. The cold air comes on top and below the bridge, and even if it's been plowed, that does not mean it's not at risk of black ice. Black ice is almost invisible to drivers, and most of the time you don't know until you're on on top of it, which means it's something to take seriously. In Decatur at Highway 20 and Highway 31, conditions are slick and dreary. Even the heaviest of cars and trucks driving well below the speed limit, which is exactly the right course of action. And last but not least, take a look at Muscle Shoals blanketed in snow. Now here's what I want to let you know. We're starting to see more of a wintry mix. That means more ice in the forecast than just snow. And I know some of us need to be on the roads, essentials, and thank you so much for doing what you do. But if it's possible for you to stay home today, that's definitely the best plan. If you are out on the roads and you do impact black ice, the best thing to do is do your best to remain calm. I know, easier said than done. Rather than slamming on the brakes, just take your foot off the gas, allow the car to naturally slow, and with both hands on the wheel and not making any jerky movements, slowly move the car back onto the road. Stay safe today, stay calm today. Our team's not going anywhere, and if you can, stay home today.
All right, Grace, good advice, and thank you. Well, this system moved from the west, and it's brought a lot of sleet and snow to Mississippi as well. We'll show you a live look at Interstate 22. This is in Tupelo. Now, the Weather Channel's Jim Cantori reports on the situation in Oxford, Mississippi.
All right, we've got a good old-fashioned sleet storm here in Oxford, Mississippi. It's 14 degrees. We may get to 20 today for about an hour if we're lucky, but we're into this big, and you can see it's accumulated everywhere and through here. The good news is it is sleet versus freezing rain, or this would be an ice skating rink. And the fact remains, temperatures are going to remain cold across much of the South. Really from Texas up through Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, even into northwest Georgia, we've got ourselves an icy situation here, and this has made its way all the way to the northeast, where some of those snow droughts they've had, yeah, they may get broken by this system, which has already produced more snow at Memphis than it has in New York City, Philly, and Baltimore combined this year. Either way you slice it, we're not out of the woods. The cold remains with us through the week, and believe it or not, on Thursday, there may be another shot at more ice and snow in the south with the next shot of cold air. Winter has finally arrived in a big way. Reporting in downtown Oxford, Mississippi, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori.
Well, let's get that last check of the forecast.
Yeah, let's get a look at it. We still have plenty more to go. We're not out of the woods just yet. Take a look right now over at the 31 triple Doppler. It is 12:14 p.m. on your Monday, and we're seeing a wintry mix in Sand Mountain that is bringing ice. We're seeing snow becoming heavier and heavier for the rest of us in the Tennessee Valley, continuing to track east as we head through the rest of the morning and into the later afternoon. 31 alert days are in effect Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. This ahead of inches of snow still expected to come into the region, giving us slick roads and then bitter cold temperatures, feeling like down to -10 degrees as we head later through this week. What are we seeing so far? Well, many of us from Muscle Shoals up to Fayetteville, even knocking on the door of Chattanooga, anywhere from 2 to 4 inches already, with several more inches still expected. The heaviest of the snow is making its way from Muscle Shoals into Decatur right now. We'll continue to track east into the Huntsville Metro and Gunnersville around 1 o'clock, and then exit Sand Mountain by about 2:30 in the afternoon. Shortly thereafter, we'll see more of that pink and less of that purple. That means less snow and more of a freezing rain mixture that will create instantaneous ice as soon as that freezing rain makes impact with the ground, with power lines, or with your car. That's going to make driving increasingly more difficult for areas south of the Tennessee River and east of I-65. Please keep that in mind as you're planning the rest of your night tonight and into tomorrow. Don't think that these roadways are going to get any better overnight. They will not. Our high temperature today, well, we're at it, 28 degrees, and we're going to see more and more snow come into the forecast without getting above freezing. That means we'll see zero melting whatsoever. When you first wake up on Tuesday, temperatures of 12 degrees, feeling like 0. When you wake up on Wednesday, temperatures of 4 degrees, feeling like -10. This is hypothermia category. This is frostbite category. So even if you're doing the right thing, you're staying home, you're not on the roads, you're out with the kids playing in the snow, make sure you and your little ones bundle up so that everyone can stay safe in this weather. We do have those frigid temperatures coming Tuesday and Wednesday. We're not above freezing until Thursday afternoon, and even then, we're still barely breaking into the 40s. Frigid again this weekend, so make sure you stay weather aware. Download the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather app for all of those updates sent right to your phone, and continue to stream us. You can stream us on YouTube, on WAAYTV.com, or on Facebook. We're not going anywhere. We've got all the information you need to keep you and your family safe and informed for the rest of this system.
Yeah. And we do have some breaking news I just wanted to get in. Russellville as well as Franklin County, they will not have school tomorrow as well. So make sure you check our website, WAAYTV.com, because we have updating that with the latest school closures also.
In addition to our weather team, our Storm Tracker weather team, all of them being here tracking what's happening. We also have a team of reporters across North Alabama, and we will have the very latest for you related to this winter weather throughout the day and in our evening newscast later today.
Well, thank you for joining us for this extended newscast, and make sure you download our weather app and our news app as well.
We'll be back here every 30 minutes with more weather updates for weather coverage you can count on.
Be safe.
Storm Tracker weather alert.
I'm WAAY 31 Storm Tracker meteorologist Amber Kulik, and here's your update on what we're looking at across the Tennessee Valley. We'll start off with our 31 triple Doppler, and those blue colors you see is snow falling across the area. Where we start to see the pinks and the purples, that is a wintry mix that is falling, and that's going to cause some problems on the roadways, and we are already starting to see that across much of the Tennessee Valley here at 12:30. So I do want to take you to some of the roadways across the Tennessee Valley to show you what we have going on. This is 65 at Priceville. Now we do have some traffic traveling on 65 at this time, but as you can tell from the roadways, we do have some snow covering the roads that is going to turn to ice as we head into the evening and overnight hours tonight. So we'll take you to another part of Decatur. This is Highway 20 at Highway 31, and a little bit of traffic on the roadways as well, but it's just a slushy mess out there with a little bit of snow falling at this time. Here's a look at the Tennessee River Bridge. This is on 65. We do have a few cars headed north towards Huntsville, and as you head south, there's a few cars on the roadways as well, but you can still see that snow on the side of the roads, and this is a bridge, so that means it's going to freeze first, so you need to use caution if you have to be on the roadways at this time. Highway 72 in Athens. I've been watching this camera closely because we are starting to see more snow as you head towards Huntsville. So again, take it slow on those roadways as you head out and about. One more look at Decatur. This is towards downtown, and you can see the snow covering those roadways. And I'm not going to leave out Huntsville. Now, the bad thing about the Huntsville roadways is our 565 cameras on AlDOT are actually down right now. So I don't have a lot to show you, but I can tell you the roadways in Huntsville, they're slick across the entire area. So this is 565 at Toyota Field. There's not a lot of cars on the roadways at this time, and from what I've been hearing, it is a good idea to stay home if you can. Unless you have an emergency or you have to be out on the roadways today, just stay indoors. We'll continue to keep an eye on 31 triple Doppler, and we'll be back in 30 minutes for your next weather update. Until then, you can continue to follow our stream on our website, on Facebook and YouTube. And if you have any questions, well, just send us a message and we'll be happy to answer them for you. But for now, I'm going to send you back to your regular programming.
This is a WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather alert.
I'm WAAY 31 Storm Tracker meteorologist Amber Kulik, and we've been with you all morning watching the snow move through the Tennessee Valley. Here's a look at 31 triple Doppler right now. Now, where you see the blue, that's where we're seeing those snow showers falling. But the pinks and the purples, that is a wintry mix of some freezing rain and sleet at this time. Here's what we're expecting as we head into the next couple of hours. Now, we will watch the snow start to taper off, but we'll have to keep an eye on that wintry mix as we head into the evening hours. That's going to cause some more problems on the roadways. Now, by early tomorrow morning, this is exiting the Tennessee Valley, and we're just going to be cold as we move into the day on Tuesday, which is still going to cause some problems on those roadways. Now, of course, we will continue to stream on the website, on Facebook, and on YouTube. We'll be back in the next 30 minutes.
This is a winter weather warning from WAAY 31, tracking winter weather.
I'm Storm Tracker meteorologist Amber Kulik, still keeping an eye on the snow that is moving through the Tennessee Valley. Here's a look at our 31 triple Doppler right now. The blue color is that snow coming down as we speak, but where you see the pinks and the purples, we're starting to see that wintry mix. So that could be anything from sleet to freezing rain that is falling at this time. Now, over the next couple of hours, this wintry mess will stay with us across the Tennessee Valley, and for places south of the Tennessee River, we'll have to keep an eye on that wintry mix because that could cause even more problems on the roadways. As we head into the overnight hours tonight, by about 2 a.m., it's moving out of the Tennessee Valley, leaving us with some bitter cold temperatures as we move through Tuesday. So whatever falls today is going to stick around as we head through the day tomorrow. But of course, to give you a live look at what we're seeing across the Tennessee Valley, I'm going to send things out to our own Georgia Clark. She's out in the shoals right now. Georgia, what are you seeing?
Well, Amber, I'm currently being pelted yet again by this weird wintry mix. It's getting harder as I'm talking, but let's talk about the snow here for a second because this wintry mix has not made very packable snow. I mean, it's like Orbeez or Dippin' Dots. There's nothing sticking. So, with that in mind, with this being such, frosty, it's basically powdered sugar. Don't get out on the roads. It is probably best you stay home. We've been speaking to authorities today, and they say if you don't have anywhere to go that is absolutely necessary, like it's an emergency, stay in the house because the roads are still slick. Granted, no roads are closed, but they have done an impassable road ordinance here in Colbert County. So just be sure to keep aware of that. And I'm just going to send things over back to y'all in the studio, and with coverage you can count on. Georgia Clark, WAAY 31 News.
You have been watching a winter weather warning from WAAY 31, tracking winter weather. We return you now to regular programming. winter weather.
And I'm Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Canoost with that winter weather update. Take a look at the scene across North Alabama, especially in Northwest Alabama. The roads are a complete mess, completely snow covered. And of course, we have some ice in the mix there as well, causing things to be in rough shape across the area. And the reports are starting to come in, and some of these snow totals very impressive. Leading the clubhouse right now, Petersburg, Tennessee and Lincoln County, Tennessee, 8 inches of snow measured. Not too far behind that, Lexington and Lauderdale County, 7.5 inches of snowfall. Also just north of Florence, Underwood to Petersville, 6 inches of snow there. Waterloo, 4 inches, and Florence at last check and last report, 2 inches, although it certainly could be higher than that when we get new updates on the snowfall reports. Here's the situation on 31 triple Doppler. We have heavy snow stretching from the shoals across far north Alabama, far parts of Limestone County, northern Madison County, and into southern Tennessee, where we have had some of the heaviest snow of the entire event falling at this moment and over the past hour or two. That's all pushing from west to east. On the southern edge of what looks like snow here on 31 triple Doppler, in reality is really just sleet, and that's been the case for Decatur and Huntsville most recently here over the past hour or two. So not nearly as much snow in some of those higher populated locations. We're also seeing that sleet, freezing rain mix back toward Jackson and Marshall counties. We'll continue to see snow favor areas farther north, the wintry mix favoring areas farther south for the rest of the afternoon and into the early evening. As we get to the late evening, that should begin to clear out from the west to the east, and I think most of us will dry out near or shortly after midnight tonight. After that, all about the cold. Lows tonight in the teens, but wind chills could be near or even below zero first thing in the morning on Tuesday. So, Dan, while we are dealing with certainly more snow and tough travel conditions, we're going to be dealing with more winter weather over the coming days.
Yeah, that's not good news if you're planning on hitting the roads, and of course that's a bad idea. Things may look deceivingly light on the roads because a lot of green on the map here, but that is certainly because a lot of folks are heeding the calls to stay off the roads. The roads are a mess, as Taylor has been mentioning in our entire Storm Tracker weather team. We've got a lot of snow on the ground, and that's being followed up by some freezing rain and some sleet in areas, and so travel is obviously not advised. For those who have gotten on the roads, we do have a few accidents to report to you. One on 65 slowing traffic down there, a couple of accidents as well on the Parkway, and one near 72, and then down there at 431. Let's get a check on how things are looking out in the Shoals. WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey is out there. The Shoals have taken the brunt of the snowfall in North Alabama so far. Maddie?
Hey, Dan, I'm here in Florence, right outside the North Alabama Medical Center, and just a few minutes ago, we crossed the Singing River Bridge, where snow is just completely covering that bridge. We were actually behind a snowplow, and crews are actively working behind me to start to kind of clear off the roads. Definitely, if you don't have to be out on the roads, do not be out on the roads. The conditions are not safe for driving right now. Snow is continuously falling here in the Shoals, mixed with a little bit of sleet, and we are going to stay on top of all your weather coverage here at WAAY 31. We'll be back here in 30 minutes with another update on the conditions out here. Reporting live in Florence with coverage you can count on, Maddie McCaffrey, WAAY 31 News.
You have been watching a winter weather warning from WAAY 31, tracking winter weather. We return you now to regular programming.
meteorologist Taylor Canoost will start by taking a look outside on our WAAY 31 Skycam network, brought to you by Thompson Roofing and Construction. Widespread snow, heavy at times across Muscle Shoals and much of northwest Alabama, starting last night, continuing throughout the day today. Not as much snow. It's been more of a mix between freezing rain, sleet, and some snow in Decatur, but you can see the roads are coated with that wintry mix, and it is very slick in Morgan County right now. Not much better in Madison County. We have not seen much snow in Huntsville, but that again combined with the ice has led to treacherous travel conditions. We've had numerous reports of accidents over the past couple of hours. Let's take a look at the radar loop on 31 triple Doppler. Heaviest of the snow continuing to fall near and north of the Tennessee River, especially between Lauderdale County, northern Limestone County, into the southern parts of Lincoln County. That's where the heaviest of the snow has fallen with this event, with reports upwards of 8 inches of snowfall so far, and we are not done just yet. Now, on the southern fringe of that snow is where we have a mix of a little snow, a little sleet, and a little freezing rain. So that's what we're seeing across much of Jackson County, the southern half of Madison County, over to Decatur and areas farther to the south. So many of us are not going to end up with a whole lot of snow. Most of that staying put near the Alabama-Tennessee state line, and that's how things will continue to be as we move through the rest of the day today. The pink is where we'll have that wintry mix. You see that blue and white. That's where the snow will continue to fall. As we head into this evening, we see things gradually come to an end from the west to the east. Temperatures plummeting, so whatever is on the roads now likely is going to stay put there through the night tonight, and eventually our overnight temperatures will be down to the low teens. But it's also going to be breezy, and that is going to lead to sub-zero wind chills tonight through tomorrow morning. Just in from the National Weather Service, wind chill warnings for several counties, including Madison and Limestone counties, from midnight tonight until noon on Tuesday. Wind chill advisories for the lighter blue shaded counties, Jackson, DeKalb, Marshall, and Morgan included in that. So, Dan, when things start to clear out as far as the precipitation is concerned, our attention quickly shifts to the threat of really life-threatening cold coming our way as soon as tonight.
Yeah, it really is dangerous out there. Thanks, Taylor. Take a look at this video from Peggy. She sent this in from Fayetteville. As treacherous and as inconvenient as all this has been, it is quite beautiful and can be a lot of fun up there. We appreciate you all being our eyes and ears out there, sharing with us what's happening in your neighborhood. You can send your snow video and pictures to newsroom@waaytv.com for a chance to see them on the air. Let's get a check on how things are going in the Shoals. WAAY 31 anchor Marie Waxel with coverage you can count on there. Marie.
Hey, Dan, I'm here at Gatman Park. You know, the roads are pretty dangerous out there to be on, but I found a group of people that are having a blast and all this stuff. This is what we're looking for, the fun at Gatman Park. Look at all my friends here in Muscle Shoals. They are taking full advantage of the sledding. Look at them go. They've been out here for hours having a ball. Young at heart, big kids, little big kids. This is what a true snow day is all about. My friend Houston over here is going to come and help me out. I haven't done this. Georgia's been on this sled. We got her doing it. All right, Houston, you asked to help me get going, right? We're going to have more fun out here in Muscle Shoals and enjoy this safely and bundled up with coverage you can count on. Marie Waxel in Muscle Shoals. All right, Houston, you ready? Okay, here we go. All right.
You have been watching a winter weather warning from WAAY 31, tracking winter weather. We return you now to regular programming. This is a winter weather warning from WAAY 31, tracking winter weather.
I'm Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust, monitoring the winter weather conditions across North Alabama. Our entire team has been here since last night and will continue to stay with you until the impacts are finished, and we are not done just yet. Take a look at some of the snowfall reports across North Alabama into southern Tennessee. 7.5 inches of snow reported in Lexington, out in northwest Alabama. In Lincoln County, Tennessee, only 60 miles north of Huntsville, there have been 7 inches of snow reported in Petersburg, Tennessee, just north of Fayetteville. 6 inches reported in Underwood, Petersville, 4 inches in Waterloo, and 2 inches in Florence. Wide variety of totals across the area, just dependent on where those heavy snow bands have developed and while others have seen a lot more ice than snow. Here's the scene across several locations across North Alabama, in Tuscumbia and Muscle Shoals. Travel conditions poor, to say the least. Not looking any better in Athens. In Decatur, still certainly have a mix of some ice and snow on the ground there, making travel tricky, to say the least, and that will be an issue moving through the rest of the day. Here's the view from our Toyota Field Skycam, part of the WAAY 31 Skycam network, showing I-565. Limited traffic out there. That's good to see, and that's because we do have slick roads in the Rocket City as well. Even though we have not had much snow in Huntsville, there are certainly slick spots, and numerous accidents have occurred just this afternoon around Huntsville. Here's the latest on 31 triple Doppler, where you see the blue is where snow is ongoing, stretching from Franklin and Lawrence counties up through the far northern tier of Alabama and into southern middle Tennessee. Where you see purple is where we have some sleet, and where you have the pink is where we have freezing rain. So ice has been a bigger concern for you folks farther to the south and to the east, as opposed to the heavy snow we have seen farther to the north and west. This mixed precipitation will continue through the rest of this evening, gradually coming to an end late in the evening from the west to the east. It's going to get awfully cold tonight as that precip clears out of here. We'll see overnight lows down to the teens, but it will be breezy. So we're talking about wind chills that are expected to be near or below zero late tonight through the first half of the day on Tuesday. Even though that precipitation is clearing out this evening, I anticipate widespread slick conditions through the night tonight, and especially for those that have picked up the snow today, we're likely going to see more slick roads during the day tomorrow. Now, if we get a little sunshine tomorrow, that plus some traffic may help break apart some of the slick spots out there by tomorrow afternoon. But Nickel, from tonight through at least tomorrow morning, likely going to be tough to travel across much of the area.
All right, Taylor, thanks. We will all keep that in mind. Right now, we're seeing lots of photos of snow coming in. Take a look at these pictures from Limestone County sent in by Sarah. She and her furry friend are enjoying the winter wonderland out there. Hey, you can email us your snow photos and videos to newsroom@waytv.com. You might just see them right here on air. And speaking of Limestone County, we go live now to WAAY 31's Jillian Kay, who is live with the look from Athens. Jillian.
Hey, Nickel, I'm at the Buc-ee's here in Athens, and it is really coming down out here. It's a lot of snow out here, but it's kind of more hail. It feels like sleet. It hurts when it hits your face. I can attest to that. And I made the drive from Huntsville earlier this afternoon, and I can say that the roads are very slick out there. Being from the West Coast, this is a totally new experience for me. Take a look at this footage here from my GoPro camera on my car that I was driving earlier. You can see just how wintry and wonderland it looks out there. You know, you can't even really see the lines on the road. It's really hard to see out there. It is really cold, and my WAAY 31 weather app tells me it's actually 21 degrees out here, but it feels like 13. Like I'm saying here, I can feel it in my lungs. It is cold out here. My toes are numb, my fingers are numb, and really, I took it slow out there on the roads, and I highly suggest you do that too, because I was talking with a lot of people at Buc-ee's here, and they were saying that it's getting pretty dangerous out there. I didn't see any accidents on my way out, but it is very slick out there, very slippery. So make sure you're staying safe out there, being careful, taking all precautions. And, you know, again, those people I talk to, they tell me that it is really important to keep an eye on the weather and stay safe out there. I am live in Athens with coverage you can count on. Jillian Kay, WAAY 31 News. We will be giving you updates at the next half hour, 3:30.
You have been watching a winter weather warning from WAAY 31, tracking winter weather. We return you now to regular programming.
continues to show a wintry scene across most of North Alabama. Here's the view from the Calhoun Community College looking toward the Space and Rocket Center. Some snow and quite a bit of ice being the main issue across much of the Rocket City today. Meanwhile, looking a little snowier in Decatur and especially Muscle Shoals. It's a whiteout out there with a lot of snowfall in northwest Alabama from last night through today, and that may continue over the next few hours. Here is the latest on 31 triple Doppler, where you see the white and the blue. That's where we have snow ongoing, so it's continuing to be mainly northwest Alabama near the Alabama-Tennessee state line, tracking into southern Tennessee. Some pockets of heavier snow. The heaviest appears to be right between far northern Limestone County into parts of southern middle Tennessee at this hour, including Lincoln County, Tennessee. Here's the bigger picture. We are continuing to see that wintry mix develop back into Mississippi all the way down to Louisiana. This is gradually going to move our way, and this should be the end of it right here, at least for us in North Alabama. So we still have several more hours of this wintry precip before it eventually all clears out. Here's the latest on future radar. Most of us looking at that wintry mix, a little sleet, freezing rain, perhaps some snow mixed in at times. Farther north, it's strictly going to continue to be snow, so you may get more snow in areas like Ardmore and Fayetteville before this system is finally out of here later on tonight. It looks like most of the precipitation will be gone near or shortly after midnight. Certainly by sunrise on Tuesday, we should be done with this wintry precip, and our attention will then turn to the frigid cold that we're expecting across the area. New this afternoon, a wind chill warning has been issued for the areas highlighted in the darker blue, the gray colors. So that's from the Shoals through Limestone, Madison counties, Lincoln and Franklin counties in Tennessee as well. In the wind chill warning, those locations could see wind chills as low as 10 below zero from late tonight through the first half of the day on Tuesday. Wind chill advisories for the lighter blue shaded counties from Jackson over to DeKalb, Marshall, Morgan, and Coleman counties included in that. So bitter cold on the way, life-threatening situation. The entire WAAY 31 Storm Tracker weather team will continue to monitor all of this closely, from the snow to the bitter cold coming our way over the next couple of days. Dan?
All right, take a quick look at traffic here. Taylor, obviously the road's not where you want to be on a day like today. Treacherous, dangerous conditions with these slick streets out there. A lot of yellow and orange on the map. This is not an indication of a lot of slow traffic. It's just an indication that the very few cars that are on the roads are actually moving very slowly. So not a lot of cars on the road right now, but the ones that are there are not moving very fast. And that's a good thing. We still have a couple of accidents to talk about. There you go. You can see them on scattered throughout the area. Just heed the advice of the police and the state troopers. Stay off the roads for the duration of this event. That's the best way to stay safe. You know, ride this one out at home. Best advice. Let's check in now with WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey. She is live in the Shoals with what's going on out there. Maddie.
Yeah, hey Dan, I'm here in Florence, and just a couple minutes ago we were downtown. I saw at least 20 people out and about enjoying the snow. The road conditions, like you said, are not safe, not ideal. Don't drive anywhere if you don't have to. Officials here are working to keep people safe out on the roads. I see a snow plow coming through right behind me. And there's not too many cars out on the road, but again, try to stay home, stay safe. Don't drive right now if you don't have to. My WAAY 31 Storm Tracker app says it's 18 degrees here in the Shoal, but it feels like 9. So if you and your family are planning to go outside and enjoy the snow, make sure you are bundled up. It is freezing here. The snow continues to fall down. And be sure to stick with WAAY 31. Coming up on WAAY 31 News at 4, we're going to be bringing you full team coverage throughout North Alabama of all the winter weather we're seeing here. For now, live in Florence with coverage you can count on, Maddie McCaffrey, WAAY 31 News.
You have been watching a winter weather warning from WAAY 31, tracking winter weather. We return you now to regular programming.
Nicole Williams.
And I'm Dan Schaefer. Also, temperatures into the single digits, wind chills below zero in our future. We have team coverage on the ground and in the studio as we navigate icy roads and cover the first snow of this winter season. Our reporters are spread out from the Shoals to Huntsville and beyond. WAAY 31's Paige Meyer and Maddie McGaffrey are standing by as first responders urge everyone to stay at home. And while WAAY 31's Rob Sneed is tracking the conditions on the road in our WAAY 31 storm tracker. We also have WAAY 31 sports director Nolan Knight braving the cold for a look at conditions atop Montesano.
But first, we have to check in with our WAAY 31 chief meteorologist Taylor Knust.
Yes, we are monitoring a lot of active weather across North Alabama. It started last night. Our storm tracker weather team has been here since last night watching the developing situation. We are watching the snow, the ice, the slick roadways, and soon to be the bitter cold that's settling in across North Alabama. Today is the 31 alert day. Both Tuesday and Wednesday will also be 31 alert days, primarily for the threat of those slick roadways and the bitter cold coming our way. Let's start with 31 triple Doppler. We currently have heavy sleet falling in parts of Morgan and the southern half of Madison County. Parts of Marshall County and Jackson County can expect some of that as well. Those highlighted in the blue, especially the darker shades, that's where the heaviest of the snow is falling, and that's been the bullseye for the heaviest of the snow since last night and continuing today, and that continues to fall from northwest Alabama into southern Tennessee. So this has really been the dividing line, mainly snow for folks north of that line. Farther south of that line, it's been a mix of sun, snow, but quite a bit of ice. Either way, we have widespread travel problems out there due to the ice and the snow. Take a look at some of the snowfall reports we've received so far today. 7.5 inches in Lexington in northwest Alabama. In Petersburg, Tennessee, just 60 miles north of Huntsville, 7 inches of snow reported there. Around the Shoals, around 2 inches reported so far. We may end up with more than that when it's said and done. This mixed precip will stick around through at least most of the evening and then should clear out late tonight through early tomorrow morning from the west to the east. That will be followed by a significant cool down coming our way. So you can count on slick roadways sticking around tonight and for many of us during the day tomorrow, because we are going to stay well below freezing for at least tomorrow and perhaps even through Wednesday as well. So we'll bring in meteorologist Amber Kulik now to get a look at traffic conditions, because Amber, it's obviously been a mess out there today.
Yes, it has, Taylor. We have seen plenty of wrecks to go around all across the Tennessee Valley today, and it looks like rush hour. But the good news is we don't have a lot of cars on the roadways at this time, but where we are seeing the traffic, there is a lot of slowdown because of the sleet and the ice and the snow that is on the roadway. So if you're out traveling around Huntsville, please take it slow at this time. I'll give you a look at what we're seeing across the Tennessee Valley. So we have Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals over here where we're seeing those snow-covered roadways, and then we have Athens and Decatur as well, and we're dealing with those snow-covered roadways in that area as well. So one last look for you. This is at the Tennessee River Bridge on I-65, and this is going to turn to a sheet of ice as we head into those overnight hours tonight. So if you have to be out and about, make sure that you have supplies to keep you warm and to keep you safe. These all come in handy to keep in your car during the winter season. I'll keep an eye on these roadways, and I'll bring you some more updates through the evening.
All right, Amber, we'll see you again soon. Thanks. Take a look right now at the snow covering Joe Wheeler State Park. Rangers are sharing these photos on Facebook this afternoon. You can see the snow blanketing not only the parking lot, but also the piers on the Tennessee River. Our team coverage continues now out in Lauderdale County.
WAAY 31's Maddie McGaffrey has been there since last night. Maddie, show us what folks there in Florence are dealing with.
Yeah, hey, Dan and Nicole, the snow mixed with a little bit of sleet is continuing to fall here in the Shoals. We were just downtown in Florence a few minutes ago, and we definitely saw a good bit of people out and about enjoying the snow. Now, the road conditions, however, are just not in good shape to be driving on. Officials here are urging everyone to stay home if you can. I spoke with the Lauderdale County EMA director a short bit ago. Here's some of his advice on keeping you and your family safe in this winter weather.
Well, the conditions are going to deteriorate as the day goes on. We've been watching the temperatures and such. Tonight it's going to be very cold, and we'll also have a little bit of wind. The wind may work in our favor as far as drying some of this up, even below freezing. But it's not going to be good to get out on if you wind up having a wreck or something, or going off the road, getting stranded. You're going to get very cold very, very quickly. So if you've got to go somewhere, be sure that someone knows your route and is expecting you. Short of that, what I would recommend is stay home if you can. This will pass, and in a few days, this won't be an issue.
And right now it feels even colder out here in the shoals than it did just a couple of hours ago. So if you and your family plan on going outside to build a snowman or even do some sledding, please be sure to bundle up. It is really freezing out here. I'll be back in a little bit to give you an update on the road conditions out here in Muscle Shoals. For now, reporting live in Florence with coverage you can count on, Maddie McCaffrey, WAAY 31 News.
Bundle up. Great advice, Maddie. Thanks. Now, as we've reported, the roads are slick and icy out there, but luckily that hasn't resulted in a whole lot of problems for drivers so far. Over at Lapdog Towing and Recovery, owner Mike Lapp says it's best for drivers just to stay home if they can. If you do have to leave, he says, be prepared. This means packing blankets, extra drinks and snacks, and making sure tires and gas tanks are full. Lapp says there haven't been many calls to pick up drivers today because the holiday likely allowed them to stay home.
Some days are busier than, it depends on if the people are at work when this starts. But luckily the schools were out, the government was off today. So, it kept everybody pretty much off the roadway.
WAAY 31's Rob Sneed has spent the afternoon riding around in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker.
So, Rob, have you seen any trouble spots across the Huntsville metro area?
I mean, absolutely. I'm sitting here live right now in South Huntsville, and when you look at the outside right now, you can see it's beautiful. It's beautiful from the comforts of your home, but it's not beautiful when you're actually driving over all of this. We're live in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker, and we have been sliding. There are some slick spots here in South Huntsville, and it becomes pretty clear and evident when you're driving out here that you're going to have to, of course, take your time and slow down. This is what it's looking like right now outside. We've been getting a lot of kind of rain, wet, icy rain coming in waves. 1 minute it's pounding down on us, the next minute it is not. It's just kind of hitting every few minutes here and there. We're live right now on Weisberg Drive off of Drake Avenue on the south side of Huntsville, and the roads, as you can see, they are covered with snow and ice. There are barely any cars out, just a few, and the cars that are actually out, as you can see, they're approaching us right now. They're driving at a slower pace, but I've kind of noticed that there have been a lot of SUVs, large trucks that are kind of speeding through here thinking that this is some kind of fun slip and slide. It is not. No matter what size your vehicle is, no matter what size your car is, you have got to slow down for your safety. And if you do have to come out, make sure that you are taking your time, or just stay inside like everyone else is saying, because the roads are very covered. Now, just off of Drake Avenue, the road that we took to actually get here, conditions appeared to be worse. It was harder to actually see the lanes. Some of the lanes were just completely covered. There were a lot more slick spots, and people were just kind of imagining where they should go because it wasn't easy to see. So again, keep a close eye out. It's important for you to do that, and it's important for you to keep an eye on all road conditions and weather conditions in this area, and you can do that by downloading the Storm Tracker weather app. Of course, it is free and available on all devices, Apple and Android. Of course, we're going to stay out here. We're going to continue to drive through the Huntsville metro area to give you the latest road conditions as they come. For now, we're reporting live in South Huntsville. Rob Sneed, WAAY 31 News.
Thanks a lot, Rob. And we are staying on top of travel conditions. As Rob just mentioned, roads are slick and dangerous. Authorities are urging people to just stay off them.
Yeah, WAAY 31's Paige Myers live in Athens. And Paige, go ahead and walk us through what you're seeing out there at Buc-ee's.
Danica, I am at Buc-ee's here off of Highway 65, and let me tell you, it is feeling frigid out here. It has been sleeting nonstop today, and as you can see behind me, the driving conditions are not ideal. The roads are still completely covered in snow, and on many of the roads, you can barely see the lines. Now, on my drive here to Athens today, I didn't see any accidents, but the roads were totally slick. I've been talking to countless drivers today, stopping to fill up their tanks. Everyone has been talking about the sleet and how slick the roads were. Now, Jeff Squires drove here all the way from Minnesota and said the conditions here in North Alabama are the worst he's seen so far.
Back about an hour and a half up the road north, you couldn't see the front of your hood. So it was pretty ugly.
Squires says he's had a few close calls with accidents today, but he's glad to be so close to his final destination, Destin, Florida. Now, if you do have to leave today, make sure to take it easy on the roads and leave some distance between you and the car in front of you. But for now, reporting live in Athens with coverage you can count on. Paige Meyer, WAAY 31 News.
All right, Paige, thank you. Now, dozens of school systems are canceling classes tomorrow in case of icy roads in the metro. That includes Huntsville, City Madison, And Madison County out in the Shoals, Lauderdale County, Franklin County, and Russellville City Schools are closed tomorrow. We have a full list of all school and business closures on our website at WAAYTV.com. They're also running across the bottom of your screen right now.
There are many places across North Alabama offering space for you to warm up and get out of this bitter cold. In Colbert County, those include the Cherokee Community Center, shelter that is, on the 1200 block of 2nd Street. In Decatur, you can go to Hands Across Decatur. In the 1000 block of 5th Avenue Southeast, you can also find a list of all of the warming centers open right now on our website, WAAYTV.com. Our coverage of these triple 31 alert days does not stop here. WAAY 31 Storm Tracker's weather team is hard at work monitoring those below freezing temperatures and how they will impact roads overnight.
Plus, WAAY 31's Nolan Knight will join us on Montesano. That's all right after the break.
Coverage you can count on. This is WAAY 31 News at 4 with Dan Schaefer, Marie Waxel, and Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust.
Welcome back, 414, and you are taking a live look at Decatur, courtesy of our Thompson Roofing and Construction Sky Camera Network. 31 triple Doppler indicating some sleet now falling there on top of the snow that they received earlier today. Our team coverage continues right now with WAAY 31's Nolan Knight.
He's standing by with an update on how things are looking up here on Montesano. Nolan, are you braving the cold okay tonight?
Yeah, you know, the sports guy doing weather, you know, the big break for me. I was pretty excited to come out here and play in the snow. Do you want to play it Do you want to make a snowman? Yes, I did. But look at what's on the ground. You can't pick it up at all. We talked frozen. How about vanilla ice? Ice, ice, baby. I mean, we got about a quarter inch of straight ice on top of our pavement here at the top of Montesano. We've seen a couple of people walking, some ATVs. The roads, very similar to what we have here in the parking lot. Look at the cars here. I mean, they've just accumulated so much ice. I can't even get to the glass. That's how much ice is falling. It's sleeting as we speak. Normally, you look over the car, you can see the rocket from the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. As you can tell right now, it is sleeting, it is gray, it is cold, and we are having fun here in the snow, or at least I am out here in the cold. A lot of coverage coming up. We talked about the ice on the cars. It's starting to accumulate on the trees as well. So a lot of different things to keep an eye on tonight as this continues and gets colder as the night goes on. But for now, with coverage you can count on. Reporting on top of Montesano, I'm Nolan Knight, WAAY 31 News.
All right, Nolan, thanks. Great to see you having fun out there. The cold is still ahead in our 4:30 half hour. WAAY 31's Jillian Kay will give you an update on conditions out in Athens. Plus, we're going to check in with the Weather Channel's Chris Bruin. He's live in Nashville this afternoon as temperatures remain dangerously low.
You can't sit home. If you're sick as a dog, you say, darling, I got to make it. Even if you vote and then pass away, it's worth it.
Voters are hitting the polling booths for the Iowa caucuses. The cold isn't keeping voters away, with candidates urging their supporters to show up. ABC's Rena Roy has the latest now from Des Moines.
It's the first major test of the Republican race.
It is caucus day. Get excited.
Iowans across the state gathering at churches, schools, and community centers for this election year tradition.
Iowa loves this. We love the caucuses.
But this time around could be the coldest on record with sub-zero temperatures.
It's been a challenging last 24 hours.
It's such an important caucus. It's such a critical time right now that people will show up.
Candidates braving the bitter cold to make their final pitch to voters, urging their supporters to show up in a big way.
Let's get everybody out. Take 5 people with you. Whatever you got to do, we're going to get it done.
If you all do your part, if you all give me your vote tonight, I promise you, we will stop at nothing to do ours.
Former President Donald Trump holding a dominant lead.
We're going to have a tremendous night tonight. The people are fantastic, and I've never seen spirit like they have.
Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis now in a heated race for second place. Haley ahead by several points in recent polling. DeSantis staking his entire campaign on Iowa, visiting all 99 counties, holding more events than Trump and Haley combined.
We have an opportunity tonight to really chart a new course forward for this country.
DeSantis tells ABC News, regardless of the outcome tonight, he's staying in the race. Rena Roy, ABC News, Des Moines, Iowa.
The Iowa caucuses have a history of narrowing down each party's candidates. In 2016, Rick Santorum, Mike Huckabee, and Rand Paul all dropped out after their performances in the Iowa caucuses.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust with 31 Triple Doppler.
Well, how about this scene outside on our WAAY 31 Skycam network? Something we don't see too often here in North Alabama, and that's a lot of ice and a lot of snow. Looking very winter-like in Decatur, in Huntsville, and in Muscle Shoals. Visibility currently low on our Guntersville Skycam. A lot of heavy sleet falling around Guntersville at this moment. So let's get to 31 Triple Doppler. Wide variety of colors on the map because we have had a wide variety of precipitation types, which has made this forecast pretty difficult and is the reason that some of you have had underwhelming snow totals, if we're being honest. Let's start out in the Shoals. This has been really where we've had the heaviest snows, around Lauderdale and Colbert counties, parts of Limestone County as well, where most of this has been strictly snow. We're starting to see a bit of a break in the activity with hit and miss snow showers moving through the Shoals at the moment. Where you see the purple is where we're seeing sleet, and some of this sleet is awfully heavy, moving through Morgan County, southern Limestone County, southern Madison County, into Jackson County and parts of Marshall County right now. And then where you see the pink is where we have freezing rain. We're getting reports of some glazing beginning to take place in Coleman County, That's likely the case in southern Marshall County and maybe an issue pretty soon in DeKalb County, which hasn't had too many impacts yet, but that is expected to change later on this evening for you folks around Fort Payne. So let's walk through the future radar for the rest of the night tonight. We will continue to see snow favor areas to the north, that wintry mix favoring areas across much of North Alabama, and this will gradually come to an end from the west to the east this evening. Here's midnight, and that's about the time we'll see things wrap up in Huntsville and Decatur. It could last in the early morning hours across Sand Mountain, but by around 4 o'clock, that looks to be the last of it, and we are through with the wintry precip with this event once that band clears on out of here. How much more snow are we going to get? Not much more, maybe up to an inch around Fayetteville. If we get any more snow in North Alabama, it's likely to be less than 1 inch. Now, ice may continue to accumulate, whether it's sleet or freezing rain. That combination is expected to continue for many of us through the evening hours before wrapping up late tonight. So that ice, that snow, that's going to be wrapping up tonight, but the cold is here to stay for several more days. Temperatures are dropping down to 21 in Huntsville, 19 in Athens and Muscle Shoals. We will continue to see those temperatures dip to the teens across the board later on tonight. Overnight lows in the low teens for most of us. Only 10 in Fayetteville, 13 in Decatur, and 11 in Huntsville tonight. And then when we factor in the breeze, which will be noticeable, it is going to feel like the single digits late this evening. By midnight, it could feel like below 0 in Muscle Shoals already, and many of us could see sub-zero wind chills late tonight and through the first half of the day on Tuesday. It's going to be one of the coldest, really feels like conditions that we have had in North Alabama really in quite some time. So it's a time to hang out inside, stay in the heat, limit your time outdoors. Another reason to stay off the roads because you don't want to get trapped in this cold if your car does get trapped in the slick road conditions. We have a wind chill warning that will be in effect from midnight tonight through noon Tuesday for the counties highlighted in gray. So from the Shoals through Limestone, Madison, and Lincoln counties, we do have the wind chill warning. Light blue signifies wind chill advisories in place for that same time frame. Highs tomorrow staying below freezing, and that's one reason we expect the roads to remain slick tomorrow, only in the low to mid 20s on Tuesday. Highs get close to the freezing mark on Wednesday. I am expecting sunshine tomorrow afternoon and then again on Wednesday, so hopefully that helps melt away some of the precip that's stuck to the roadways. I hate to show this, but there is a chance at another wintry mix heading into late Thursday and Thursday night. This will be more likely in Tennessee, but we'll be monitoring closely for the possibility at freezing rain again in North Alabama on Thursday night. I'm doing what I can to make that go away, but it is a possibility that I did want to make you aware of. Thursday will be our warmest day with a high of 42. We cool back down to lows in the teens next weekend. Finally, warming up next week with highs eventually to the 50s and the 60s. We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome back. It is the first of 3 31 alert days across North Alabama for the threat of snow, slick roads, and bitter cold. Taking a live look from the WAAY 31 storm tracker out and about where WAAY 31's Rob Sneed is watching for problems. He is currently headed northbound on Memorial Parkway. There have been a number of accidents reported on that road. In less than 10 minutes, we will check back with him, as well as other reporters spread out across the Tennessee Valley.
New at 4, making history as Miss America. 22-year-old Madison Marsh of Colorado became the first active duty Air Force officer to ever receive the title. She's also a master's student in the Harvard Kennedy School's public policy program.
I mean, I don't think I would have gotten to go to Harvard without having this experience in pageantry, because it's prepared me for interviews, for resume, for service. I mean, you don't even know the implications and the ripples that it has on your life.
Ms. Marsh's future career plans are to go back to her position as second lieutenant and then continue her work in pancreatic cancer. Congratulations to her. WAAY 31's tracking winter weather coverage, and it doesn't stop here.
No, our Storm Tracker weather team right now closely monitoring our 31 triple Doppler to track the snow and ice all across North Alabama. Live team coverage right on the other side of the break.
This is WAAY 31 News, tracking winter weather.
Right now at 4:30, our weather Our Storm Tracker weather team is working hard, keeping you and your family safe on our first of 331 alert days. I'm Nikhil Williams.
And I'm Dan Schaefer. We have team coverage for you. Reporters spread out across North Alabama, stationed in the Shoals, Huntsville, and beyond. WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey and Jillian Kay are standing by, while WAAY 31's Rob Sneed is monitoring the roads from the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker.
But first, we want to check in with our Storm Tracker weather team, and we start, of course, with WAAY 31 Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust.
Boy, what a day it has been, and it really started last night. We have been here ever since the snow started falling in the Shoals yesterday evening, and we continue to monitor dangerous travel conditions. Here's a look at several DOT cameras in Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals. Those roads still looking hazardous, and it's not much better in Athens and Decatur with a lot of snow and a lot of ice to contest with. The main message that we continue to preach is stay home if you possibly can, only for emergencies should you be on the roadways. Here's a look at I-565 from our Toyota Field Skycam. Very limited traffic out there. Good to see that, because even in Huntsville, and even though we haven't had much snow in the Rocket City, we've had plenty of sleet and plenty of ice that's caused plenty of issues on the roads here as well. Here's the latest from 31 Triple Doppler. It looks like the heaviest of the snow is finally clearing out. We had several hours there early this afternoon from the Shoals into southern Tennessee, where it was absolutely dumping heavy snowfall across those locations. Just to the south here in the purple is where we have ongoing sleet, and some of this has been on the heavier side, including in parts of Huntsville and Madison County. And then on the southern fringe of the precip is where we have freezing rain, and that's the kind of rain that turns into an icy glaze. It clings to whatever it makes contact with on the surface, so that can certainly cause some issues for travelers as well. This has mainly been the dividing line between mainly snowfall and the mixed precip just north of Huntsville and Decatur, so that's why we have not seen much snow in those particular locations. We're going to continue to see this mixed precipitation through the rest of the afternoon into this evening. This should wrap up in Muscle Shoals by 10 o'clock. I'm thinking by midnight for Decatur and Huntsville, and may linger into the early morning hours for Sand Mountain, but by sunrise tomorrow, this should all be out of here. But we still have 2 more 31 alert days, Tuesday into Wednesday. More slick roadways expected tomorrow, bitter cold tomorrow, and more bitter cold coming our way on Wednesday. I want to send it outside to meteorologist Amber Kulik. Live look at the conditions on Montesano. What are you seeing out there, Amber?
It is definitely cold out here. Hopefully you're staying warm in the studio there, Taylor, but I'm getting hit in the face by sleet. We're not seeing much snow, and we have a nice little glaze of ice pretty much on everything out here on Montesano. So especially if you just have to be out on the roadways, then take it really slow. But if you have no reason to be out and about this evening, stay home. So make sure that you're staying warm, and like I said, indoors if you can, because it is definitely chilly. I've been out here a few minutes, and I can already tell that my toes and my hands are starting to get a little chilly, so I think I'm going to head back inside with Taylor. But before I do so, I do want to send things over to our own Rob Sneed. He's out in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker and checking on those road conditions. So Rob, what are you seeing out there?
And right now, as I mentioned earlier, there is a wave of rain and icy rain and sleet kind of coming down. But as of right now, it seems as though it keeps stopping every time we go live on air. Right now, I'm live on North Memorial Parkway, where the roads are completely covered, and I'm going to go ahead and show you right now. You cannot see the lanes. The rubber is not meeting the road right now, and it's actually pretty nerve-wracking driving over this, because sporadically you will slide. If you might tap the brakes a little too soon or a little too hard, you'll feel your vehicle sliding. As you can see, there are barely any cars out right now, which is a good thing, because this is something that we've been saying all day, to stay indoors if you don't have to go out. But this is something that is certainly on the minds of drivers as they're passing over right now, because you have to actually take your time if you are out and make sure that you are safe. Now, if you're headed over to South Huntsville near Drake Avenue and Weisberg Drive, conditions are just as bad. You see, again, you have to be careful. You have to take your time as you head out, and it's important to keep a close eye on the road and weather conditions, and you can do that by downloading the Storm Tracker weather app. Of course, it's free to download on all devices, Apple and Android. But you can see right now, there we go. It looks like we have some kind of crews out here, possibly conditioning the roads right now, trying to clear some of the snow and ice. But these are the things that you're going to see if you are out right now. You're going to see some of those. And if you do see trucks like that with flashing lights, stay out of their way, because, again, you don't want to put yourself or those crew in danger. For now, I'm reporting live in Huntsville. Rob Sneed, WAAY 31 News.
See them out treating the roads there. Rob, thank you. Now, some people are, in fact, finding themselves stuck on the roads across North Alabama.
Yeah, behind us here is a look at 72 in Athens. WAAY 31's Jillian Kay is live at the Buc-ee's right near there. Jillian, obviously the roads are not the place to be during conditions like this.
That's right, Dan. It is freezing out here in Athens at the Buc-ee's. You know, sleet has been coming down all day and it has not stopped. It started early this afternoon, and travelers I met with tell me that the roads out there are slick and dangerous. Take a look at this. This is what you'll see if you're out on the roads right now. You can barely see the lines on the roadways. Many drivers sliding out. This family is making their way back to Franklin, Tennessee. They went to a wedding in Florida, and they tell me they literally saw the seasons change as they drove into Decatur.
Sunny, dry, nice, air conditioning on. I said, why is the rain not clearing on the windshield? And it was freezing instantly.
That family has been on the road since 6 a.m. They tell me they should have an hour and a half left on their drive, but their GPS says it will now be a 3-hour drive due to heavier snow the further north into Tennessee that they get. I'll see you back here at WAAY 31 News at 6 with an update on road conditions, and we'll be looking at how many inches of snow we're getting here in Athens. I'm live in Athens with coverage you can count on. Jillian Kay, WAAY 31 News.
Thanks, Jillian. Some of North Alabama's biggest snowfall totals so far are in western Lauderdale County. Take a look at this video. Ronnie Green got out early in Waterloo. He shared this video of the snow blanketing the ground outside Waterloo High School. And take a look at the University of North Alabama's campus. Campus has become a winter wonderland and mostly untouched. Students and staff out for the MLK Day holiday and likely will remain this way tomorrow. UNA, one of many who are now closed tomorrow as well because of this extreme winter weather. I want to check back in now with WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey.
Maddie's in Florence this afternoon. Maddie, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, hey Dan and Nicole, right now it is freezing, and here in Muscle Shoals it's 18 degrees right now, but it does feel like 9, so if you and your family are planning on going outside to enjoy some of this snow, please be sure to bundle up. It is quite cold out here. We have seen quite a few people outside enjoying the snow. We were in downtown Florence just a little bit ago, and we even met some people who came all the way from Birmingham just to enjoy the snow. So people are out here enjoying, having fun, but officials here urge everyone to stay off the roads. They are not in safe driving conditions, so don't drive anywhere if you don't have to. Coming up on WAAY 31 News at 5, I'll have more details on the conditions here in Florence and more on what people are doing on their snow day. Reporting live in Muscle Shoals with coverage you can count on, Maddie McCaffrey, WAAY 31 News.
The Tennessee Valley Authority says they've been busy. They've been preparing all week long for this winter weather. TV officials say they've been working around the clock. And the agency says their #1 goal during this storm is keeping your lights on.
We want to make sure that we keep everybody's lights on during this event. And that's really our #1 goal, is providing reliable power.
TVA recommends you seal up any leaks around your windows and doors so air isn't getting in or escaping. They also say shut your blinds at night and make sure you turn up the thermostat by 3 or 4 degrees before leaving. A life-threatening cold is affecting millions of Americans.
Yeah, not just here in North Alabama. Parts of the Midwest seeing temperatures at or below 0 degrees. ABC's Ika Jachi is in Washington now with the latest.
Today, more than 100 million Americans are dealing with an Arctic blast, bringing record snow, ice, and frigid cold temperatures. A cold blast affecting the Northeast, helping to bring lake-effect snow in western New York. Whiteout conditions blanketing Buffalo. Overnight, residents seen desperately digging out cars. New York Governor Kathy Hochul declaring a state of emergency. This video inside Highmark Stadium, home of the Buffalo Bills, showing what kickoff conditions would have looked like Sunday if the Bills-Steelers wildcard game had not been postponed until Monday. A winter weather advisory issued for Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, and New York City, lasting into Tuesday afternoon, with some areas expected to see 1 to 3 inches of snow. In the Midwest today, heavy snow and bone-chilling temperatures causing havoc. Record cold and wind chill alerts issued for 26 states from the Canadian border in Montana to the Rio Grande River in Texas, with Montana experiencing air temperatures as low as -54 degrees this weekend. In Colorado, an avalanche crashing down. These cars buried, but no injuries reported. Even the South targeted by that heavy snow and ice. In Texas, the company operating the state's electric grid asking customers to conserve power. Crews working to de-ice planes at Dallas Love Field. More than 1,600 flights already canceled as of Monday morning, coupled with more than 1,400 delays. Now, more on the travel situation. Denver, Chicago, Dallas, Nashville, and Houston are among the airports most affected by the winter weather so far. Ika Jachi, ABC News, Washington.
As we take a live look at Broadway in Nashville, those folks also seeing impacts from the first winter storm of the season.
Next and at 4:30, our partner at the Weather Channel, Chris Bruin, joins us live to show us what our neighbors to the north are dealing with.
Welcome back. 4:44 right now. We need to tell you about a traffic alert. State troopers are notifying us of a multi-vehicle crash on I-65. It appears to be in the southbound direction, but it looks like they've closed both lanes of I-65 here in Cullman County. We do have reports that the road, as I mentioned, is completely shut off. The alternate route would be just off to the west. Off to the east. That would be Highway 31. So we don't know for sure that the traffic is being rerouted, but that's usually what they will do. But at this point, I-65 is shut down there in Cullman County because of that multi-vehicle wreck. We'll keep you posted on what's happening there coming up a little later in the newscast. New video just into our newsroom now shows cars driving on one of Mississippi's busiest interstates while the entire city is covered in snow. This is Holly Springs. It's about an hour and a half away from Memphis, Tennessee. Meteorologists there say the city could see temps between 15 and 20 with wind chills near zero for the next several days.
Today is the day voters have their say in Iowa. Republican presidential candidates hope supporters choose to go out and vote, even with blistering cold temperatures. Julia Benbrook has the details.
Former President Donald Trump is in the driver's seat heading into caucus night, but he's still urging his supporters to show up in hopes of meeting or exceeding expectations.
You can't sit home. If you're sick as a dog, you say, darling, I gotta make it. Even if you vote and then pass away, it's worth it, remember?
Trump maintains a commanding lead in the Hawkeye state, polling at 48% in this weekend's Des Moines Register poll.
Let's see if we can get to 50%.
Meanwhile, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis battle it out to see who can emerge as the leading alternative to Trump. Haley has been on an upward trajectory, both in Iowa and in New Hampshire, where voters head to the polls next week.
What I am going to say is the momentum and the energy on the ground is strong. We feel it. We know that this is moving in the right direction.
Despite going all in on Iowa, visiting all 99 counties and receiving a rare endorsement from the state's governor, DeSantis sunk to third in that recent Iowa poll. The Florida governor is brushing off those numbers and expressing confidence in his base.
There's only two possible nominees, Donald Trump or Governor DeSantis. We're the only ones that have strong support amongst bedrock Republican conservative voters.
Reporting in Des Moines, I'm Julia Benbrook.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust with 31 Triple Doppler.
Wouldn't recommend traversing I-65 over the Tennessee River right now. It looks just like an ice rink up and down. We do have occasional travelers making that trek across the river, and I wish you all the best, but be very cautious, and please do not travel unless absolutely necessary, whether it's on bridges and overpasses or even just on regular old highways and interstates. It is a tough go. This is the view near Decatur at the intersection of Highway 20 and Highway 31. You can see it's a white scene out there across those roadways, whether it's the ice or the snow. It is very, very slick and remains hazardous across most of the area. At this hour in Huntsville, it is 21 degrees, but it feels like 11 out there. We have that wintry mix continuing to fall, and even the slightest breeze makes it quite uncomfortable. You definitely want to limit your time outside, whether it's due to that precip or due to the cold that is taking over North Alabama. Here is the latest from 31 Triple Doppler, and we'll start out here around Huntsville, where we have a mixed bag of snow on the north side of Madison County and sleet in purple here on the south side of Madison County. We have seen some pretty heavy sleet falling out there, and sleet is the type of precipitation that pings or bounces off anything that it makes contact with. So if you get confused between sleet and freezing rain, sleet pings and freezing rain clings or becomes that icy glaze. Wherever you see that look on your vehicles, that's from freezing rainfall. Meanwhile, out in the shoals, it's strictly snow falling, hit and miss snow at this point, becoming a little bit less consistent, but we will continue to see that for the next few hours here. That snow falling in parts of Limestone County up into southern Tennessee. Meanwhile, the pink is the freezing rain I mentioned that certainly could be causing some slick spots around Sand Mountain at this hour. DeKalb County has stayed just above freezing this afternoon, in Fort Payne at least, but that's likely to change, and as we cool down this evening, you're going to have a chance at some slick roadways there very soon. Here's future radar throughout this evening. That mixed precipitation threat continues for most of this evening. I think in the shoals you're wrapped up with this about at 10 o'clock, if not slightly sooner than that. In Decatur and Huntsville by midnight, we should be done with this wintry mix, and it sticks around Sand Mountain until about 3 o'clock in the morning, and then it clears into Georgia after that. From that point on, we're going to be focusing on the cold weather that settles in across the state. Not much more snow accumulation expected with the rest of this event, perhaps up to a half inch near the Tennessee-Alabama state line. For the rest of us, just about a dusting more of snow is all we can expect. But there's going to be plenty more ice, whether it's the freezing rain or the sleet. That will continue to make the roads treacherous, especially for everyone highlighted in pink here. That is expected to get more ice this evening and overnight tonight. Now, current temperatures vary from 38 in Fort Payne to 14 in Lawrenceburg. It feels like 3 degrees in Lawrenceburg right now in Tennessee. Meanwhile, 9 is our wind chill in Decatur and feeling like 8 in Muscle Shoals. Our actual lows tonight will be in the low teens, 12 in Moulton and 13 tonight in Scottsboro. When you factor in the breeze, though, it is going to feel dangerously cold. Sub-zero wind chills expected across the majority of the Tennessee Valley from late tonight through most of tomorrow morning. It's one of the many reasons that many of these schools have closed tomorrow. Brutal, dangerous cold expected. Good reason to stay indoors tonight and much of the day tomorrow as well. Wind chill warning will continue from midnight until noon tomorrow for the counties highlighted in gray. So from the Shoals through Madison County and up to southern middle Tennessee. Wind chill advisory for those highlighted in the light blue. Highs tomorrow only in the low to mid 20s. So we are going to stay well below freezing, which means it will be difficult to break apart and melt away any of the snow and ice that's developed on the roadways. So you can count on more slick conditions tomorrow and possibly through Wednesday as well. One thing that may help us out on Wednesday is mostly sunny skies. When you get that solar radiation, that can at least help break apart some of the ice and snow that's pancaked on the roadways. We're looking ahead to Thursday in the afternoon and the evening for a possibility at a wintry mix. It's going to depend on our surface temperatures, but we could see a mix of rain and freezing rain, possibly even a little snow up in Tennessee during Thursday afternoon and Thursday evening. I'm sure we're all crossing our fingers that does not pan out, but it is something that is a possibility. Another shot of cold air comes our way late this week with lows down near 10 degrees Friday night. A quiet but cold weekend, and then we finally warm back up to the 50s and even the 60s by the tail end of next week. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back. Time now is 4:56, and you are looking at 4:54. Taking a live look here at I-565. A lot of numbers thrown at you right there, courtesy of our Thompson Roofing and Construction Sky Camera Network. Today is the first of 3 31 alert days across North Alabama. I-565 very sparsely traveled, which is a great thing. So far, traffic's moving slowly in that area and doing pretty well. U.S. Space and Rocket Center closed today, and we understand they will be closed again tomorrow because of these slick roads, snow, and bitter cold we're seeing. New at 4, an investigation is underway after 4 people were killed in a hot air balloon crash in Arizona.
Officials say this crash could have been worse as 13 people were on board. ABC's Melissa Adan has more.
4 people are dead and a 5th is critically hurt after a hot air balloon crash Sunday in the Arizona desert south of Phoenix. Officials say 13 people were aboard the hot air balloon, including 8 skydivers, 4 passengers, and a pilot. Before the crash, the skydivers exited the gondola or basket. Officials say the skydiving was intentional and was successfully completed before any issues with the hot air balloon were evident.
Skydivers were able to exit the balloon without incident and completed their planned skydiving event. And then shortly thereafter, something catastrophic occurred with the balloon, causing it to crash to the ground.
Witnesses on the ground telling officials the balloon appeared to be flying up and down before the impact, which was shortly after the skydiving.
They saw the last 10 seconds before the impact, and they said that the material of the balloon portion was just straight up.
4 people were killed, including the pilot, 37-year-old Cornelius Vanderwalt, and a young nurse, 28-year-old Katie Bartram. Katie's mom telling ABC 15 she was a registered nurse from Indiana who loved skydiving and adventure.
It's just kind of somber here at home. We're just crying on and off and talking about her on and off and still trying to make it real.
A 23-year-old woman from Scottsdale was hospitalized from the crash and in critical condition.
I know how devastated they are.
NTSB officials say they have separated the balloon from the basket and everything appears to be intact. They're going to do a close examination of the balloon to see if there were any problems. This as police are working with the NTSB and FAA to investigate the crash. Melissa Adan, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Melissa, thanks. Coming up next on WAAY 31 News at 5. WAAY 31 viewers are sharing with us their experiences in the snow.
Still ahead at 5, we'll show you just a sample of some of the fun.
This is WAAY 31 News, tracking winter weather.
I'm Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust. An active day with snow and ice plus bitter cold heading our way. I'll break down all the details of how long this active weather will last and a look at our cold night ahead coming up in a couple minutes.
All right, thanks Taylor. Most of North Alabama covered in snow and ice. Coming up, we'll give you a live look at road conditions and tell you which areas you need to be wary of.
Snow is still falling here in Muscle Shoals. I'm WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey with how people are spending their snow day and details on how to keep you and your family safe.
Thanks for joining us for WAAY 31 News at 5 on a snowy, cold Monday. I'm Dan Schaefer.
And I'm Nicole Williams. We've got coverage you can count on of today's Arctic blast. We have a team standing by both in studio and live in the field.
First up is WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust. Taylor.
Busy day and a wide variety of results for North Alabama today, and actually going back to last night, some of you picking up strictly snow and a lot of it, but many of us have seen mainly ice rather than snowfall. Here's the latest on 31 triple Doppler, and we have a bunch of different colors for those different precip types. On the northern fringe here, it's strictly snow. In the dark blue is where we have some pockets of heavy snow continuing to fall, especially up into Middle Tennessee and even parts of northern Madison County getting in on that as well. Where you have the purple is where we have sleet, and some of that has been heavy and has accumulated as well. And then on the bottom fringe of this precipitation here in the pink is freezing rain. That's what makes contact and then freezes instantly when it makes contact with the ground, your vehicle, anything outside. That can cause some icy conditions as well. This has more or less been the dividing line between heavier snow totals in the shoals into southern Tennessee and where we've seen more of a mix of ice and some snow farther to the south. So yeah, you might be disappointed with some of the snow totals in Decatur and Huntsville. That's because ice kind of took hold and stayed in place a little bit longer than what we were anticipating. Heading into this evening, we will continue to see that mixed precip across North Alabama. Those of you in DeKalb County that haven't seen a whole lot of active weather yet, the ice is coming with temperatures dipping below freezing this evening, and that threat for icy conditions and mixed precip will last until about 3 a.m. for you folks around Sand Mountain. So treacherous travel even after this is all gone is expected to continue into Tuesday with sub-freezing temperatures not only this evening but throughout the day tomorrow. So it's going to be a bit of an ice rink out there for quite some time. Meteorologist Amber Kulik has the latest look at travel conditions, and we are already seeing quite the mess out there, unfortunately.
Oh, yes, we are, Taylor. And I think ice rink is the best way to explain these conditions, because take a look at our best way traffic across the Tennessee Valley. And normally, if you saw something like this, you would be like, yep, it's rush hour. But this is because of the snow and the ice that we have on the roadways across the Tennessee Valley, causing some messy conditions across the area. So we do have one portion of I-65. This is in southern Morgan County, right on that Coleman County line, that is shut down for the time being. It's very curvy, and there are a couple of hills in that area. So we probably have an accident or two that has occurred. So this is 65 at Lacon, and what you can see off in the distance is tail lights. That's where we have that interstate shut down at. So please take it careful if you have to be on the roadways this evening. Here's a look at Tuscumbia and Muscle Shoals, where we have those snow-covered roadways, and the same story in Athens and Decatur at this hour. A few cars on the roadways in Athens at this time, but your best way is to just stay home for this evening. I'll continue to keep an eye on these roadways, and I'll bring you updates on air and online as we get them.
Best advice, Amber. Thank you. Our team coverage continues now in Lauderdale County.
WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey has been there since last night. Maddie, give us a look at what folks out there in Florence are dealing with.
Hey, Nicole and Dan, we've seen quite a lot of people out here in Muscle Shoals enjoying the snow day and the winter wonderland we're experiencing here. However, though it may be fun for a lot of people, it can be deadly for others. Officials here are urging everyone to stay home and stay safe. Don't drive on the roads unless you absolutely have to. People here are really taking all this snow in, as we don't get much of it in North Alabama. We even met a couple of students from UAB who drove all the way to the Shoals last night to enjoy some of this winter weather.
I'm going to try to head back tonight, but try being the key word there. There's a small chance maybe, I don't know, maybe the motel down the streets. Hopefully someone can take us, because I have a feeling it might have been a one-way trip.
Locals here in Florence and the Shoals say they are very much enjoying a snow day as well.
Beautiful, yes. It's like home away from home. I'm originally from Chicago, so I miss the snow. So when I saw this, I got very excited. My daughter already sent me pictures of my grandbabies playing in the snow, and I thought that was just wonderful. That was just awesome. And I was wondering if we had salt trucks down here to help clear the roads up and the black ice so there doesn't be any accidents. Yeah. So, yes, I love it. I love it.
And a lot of people are loving the snow here, but seeing cars spinning out of control is something we don't want to see. I'll be back here in less than 30 minutes with a full update on the road conditions we're seeing out here in Muscle Shoals. For now, reporting live in Muscle Shoals with coverage you can count on, Maddie McCaffrey, WAAY 31 News.
Thanks, Maddie. Love those positive attitudes. And speaking of that, so many of you have sent us pictures and videos that help us tell the story. And this has been a day to enjoy at home, watching the snow, playing in the snow. For some, getting their first experience ever in the snow.
This video of the snowfall in Cherokee, Lisa Nunley shared this video with us. It looked like a holiday postcard. The northwest part of the state got some of the heaviest snowfall. Lauderdale County was blanketed beneath several inches of snow. That system moved east, and Nicole Schaefer got this video of the snow coming down in Athens. Some took advantage for a little sledding with their dog in Lauderdale County. For some dogs in Madison County, it was their first time ever dealing with snow. In fact, Charlie seemed to be asking the cameraman in Taft what was going on. But over at a traveling farm in Athens, one alpaca seemed eager to eat it up.
We'd love to see your pictures of your kids and your pets playing in the snow. If you have video of snow in your area, send it to us at newsroom@waaytv.com.
More team weather coverage now with WAAY 31 anchor Rob Sneed. He's live in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker to give you a look at road conditions in Huntsville Metro.
Yeah, you know, Nikhil, we've been saying all day to stay off of the roads, but I mean, sometimes you have to get out there. Sometimes you have to drive. There are a few cars, not many, but a few that are out here. And I can say, as we've been driving along, the ice has been collecting on our windshield. We actually had to pull over just a few moments ago before this live hit to scrape it off. And that's to give us some clear visibility. It's very important that you are mindful of that so you can actually see where you are going if you happen to have to get out here and drive. But this is what it's looking like right now. We are live on County Line Road just off of Madison Boulevard in Madison, and you can see there are a couple of cars, as I mentioned, right out here traveling to and from. Not many, but a few out here. Now, the roads, they are completely covered with snow and ice. It is slippery out here. You cannot see the lanes out here, so you just have to, again, if you don't have to go out, stay indoors. And just like in South Huntsville and Memorial Parkway, there were barely any cars out, but there are a few of those cars out right now. So, of course, if you have to come out, be safe. Make sure that you are keeping a close eye out on road conditions. For now, I'm reporting live in Madison, Rob Sneed, WAAY 31 News.
Rob, thanks. And here's another look at the road conditions here in Huntsville. You can see this is ice on the roadway. Officials are asking you, as you just heard Rob say, to stay off roads unless it's an emergency. With roads looking the way they do, some school systems have decided to make changes to their schedules. Find out if your child's school is closing or going virtual tomorrow. All you have to do is head over to our website right now at waaytv.com. And we're continuing to track travel conditions across North Alabama for you. Many roads are slick and downright dangerous right now.
Yeah, WAAY 31's Paige Meyer is live for us in Athens. Paige, what are you seeing right now?
Dan, Nicole, the roads here are still covered in snow, and on many, you can barely see the lines. Now, the sleet has been coming down here nonstop, and as you can see behind me, the travel conditions are not ideal. Now, I'm at the Buc-ee's here off of Highway 65, and many people I've been talking to today are definitely feeling this winter weather. Now, countless drivers today all are saying the same thing. It's been pretty slick in a lot of spots. Andrew Jenkins was filling up his four-wheel drive truck after driving home from Huntsville. Andre has lived in Alabama his whole life and says he straight up does not like the snow.
I am going home as soon as I'm done here, so yes, I'm headed home right now. So.
Andre's plan is a simple one. Get home and stay there. Now, if you have to leave today, make sure to take it easy on the roads and leave some space between you and the car ahead of you. For now, reporting live in Athens with coverage you can count on. Paige Meyer, WAAY 31 News.
All right, thanks, Paige. And if you are in Athens and need a warm place to stay, there are several warming stations available. Take a look at your screen right now. Here are just a few of them. Both Liberty Baptist Church and Frankston Methodist Church will be open until Tuesday. Ben Wheeler Fire Department will also open as needed. For those in Decatur, one nonprofit is extending their hours. Hands Across Decatur says their warming station will now be open through at least Friday. They're located on 1027 Fifth Avenue Southeast.
I'm out in the cold, so you don't have to be. Coming up next, we tell you what it's like up here on Mount Montesano. So cold, can't speak. A report coming up next.
Iowa caucus voters facing sub-zero temperatures. We'll show you what polls are saying about Republican hopefuls next.
And people in Muscle Shoals making the best of being snowed in. We'll show you tonight on WAAY 31 News at 6.
Coverage you can count on. This is WAAY 31 News at 5 with Dan Schaefer, Marie Waxel, and Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust.
Our team coverage on the Arctic blast continues with an update on how conditions are looking up here on Montesano.
Now we send things over to WAAY 31 sports anchor Nolan Knight, who is braving the cold for us this evening. Nolan.
Yeah, hey guys, the news update is that it's still cold and it's windy. I think you should say, because it's just constantly hitting you, the left side of the face, right side of the face. So a lot of the snow or ice that has fallen, that's on the trees, starting to whip around, and it's still not really compatible. I've been trying to make some snowballs with some snow that I found here, but as you can tell, it's just all powdery ice, really tough to do. But what this is, though, a trash can lid. And although you can't make a snowman tomorrow when the sun rises and, we get a little bit more of this stuff falling, you might be able to find a hill and go sledding. That's what a kid's best friend is, a trash can lid. Collect the snow, go sledding, have some fun in the snow. Obviously, as the night gets longer, the kids go to bed and the ice starts to fall. It starts to build up on the trees and on the roads because it's still coming down. We're going to have more coverage on everything that's happening here on top of the mountain. I'm standing right outside this station with coverage you can count on. Nolan Knight, WAAY 31 News.
I say, Nolan, bring us some back to make ice cream, but that's okay. You're collecting it in a garbage can top. After months of campaigning, today is the day Iowa voters finally have their say. Right now, Donald Trump maintains a commanding lead in the Hawkeye state, the former president polling at 48%. Meanwhile, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis battle it out to see who can emerge as a leading alternative. Haley has been on an upward trajectory. DeSantis, on the other hand, sunk to third in the latest Iowa poll.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust with 31 Triple Doppler.
Well, I've seen comments on social media. Some folks in Huntsville and Decatur may be disappointed by the snow totals. The ice kind of stole away the potential snow we could have seen in the Rocket City, but this snowstorm delivered in northwest Alabama and southern Tennessee. Take a look at some of these measured totals. In Lexington, out in Lauderdale County, 7.5 inches of snow measured there. You go about 60 miles north of Huntsville and just a little bit north of Fayetteville in Tennessee. 7 inches of snow reported in Petersburg, Tennessee. The Underwood, Petersville area, 6 inches of snow. Over in Waterloo, 4 inches. And last report in Florence is 2 inches, although I would suspect it's probably closer to 3 or even 4 inches around Florence when this is all said and done. Let's take you outside where it's currently still snowing on many spots while others are dealing with more of a wintry mix. This is 31 Triple Doppler, and where you see the white and the blue is where snow continues to fall. It's becoming more scattered, hit and miss for the shoals, but continues to be rather heavy in parts of southern Tennessee. Northern Madison County seeing more of that snow. Now, as you head toward a little bit farther south here, where it's a little bit warmer aloft, we have sleet continuing to fall in parts of Lawrence County, much of Morgan County, southern Madison, parts of Jackson County, and northern Marshall County. And then the pink here is freezing rain. That's what causes that icy glaze, and in my opinion, that's what causes things to be the most slick. So that's what we don't want to see, but it is materializing in parts of Sand Mountain down toward Coleman County. We've had some reports of slick spots there as well. Future radar will keep this wintry mix around for the rest of the evening. For those of you around the shoals, it now looks like this could wrap up around 8 or 9 o'clock this evening for Decatur and Huntsville, midnight at the latest, and then it may stick around Sand Mountain until about 3 a.m. After that, we should see it all finally clear out, but unfortunately, the road impacts are going to last much longer because our temperatures are going to stay below freezing for quite some time. As far as additional snow is concerned, we're not going to see much more, if anything, just a dusting for a handful of spots, but I think we're just about done with the snow accumulation. Now, the ice is going to continue to pile up, whether it's sleet or freezing rain across much of the area. That could be a big problem for parts of Sand Mountain later this evening and overnight tonight. Our current temperatures vary from the upper 30s in Gadsden and Fort Payne down to the teens in northwest Alabama. It is currently 20 in Huntsville, but when you factor in that breeze, it feels like 9 in Huntsville right now. Same for Decatur. 8 in Muscle Shoals, and the wind chill already down to 1 in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. It is going to be a dangerously cold night. Wind chill warning is in effect from midnight tonight through noon tomorrow for the counties highlighted in green. So from northwest Alabama through Limestone and Madison counties in Alabama, and then Lincoln and Franklin counties in Tennessee. Under that warning, wind chill advisory for the counties highlighted in light blue. Here's a look at our forecast wind chills tonight, and most of us are expected to get near or below 0 for what it feels like outside late tonight through tomorrow morning. It's going to be one of the coldest mornings we have had in quite some time. Please limit your time outside. If you do have to be out, make sure you are bundled up, to say the least. Highs tomorrow will be in the low to mid 20s. Again, not going to do much good for melting away any of the snow and ice we have out there. We are expecting sunshine on Wednesday and slightly warmer temperatures, so we may have better luck clearing the roads at that point. And just as we start to quiet down, here we go again. A chance at a wintry mix on Thursday afternoon into Thursday evening. Whether this is rain, freezing rain, or snow is largely going to depend on just where our surface temperatures lie around that time. I do think the better chance at the wintry mix will be in Tennessee, but stay tuned to the forecast. We will keep you updated. Thursday is the warmest day of the rest of the week with a high of 42, but much warmer air will finally melt away all of this ice and snow by the time we get to next week. We'll be right back after the break.
We're staying on top of today's Arctic blast. We're going to check back in now with the WAAY 31's Rob Sneed for an update on road conditions here in the metro. Rob, how's it looking out there?
Well, Nikhil, right now we are live in Madison, and it's getting darker. It's colder outside. We'll just cut right to it. You can see the roads completely covered. There are a few cars out here, which is a good thing. Now, we are live going east on Madison Boulevard, just off of County Line Road in Madison. And the fact that there are few cars out here is a good thing. They're clearly listening to us to stay off of the road. Now, when we got up here, we took Interstate 565 west from Huntsville, and the speed limit was 70 miles per hour, but we were going about less than 40, and that's something that you need to be mindful of if you have to hit the roads. Of course, you can stay on top of this and get the latest updates at 5:30. For now, we are reporting live in Madison. Rob Sneed, WAAY 31 News.
Rob, thanks. Today is Blue Monday. The third Monday in January. It's supposedly the most depressing day of the year.
Now, research hasn't actually proved that there's any one day more depressing than any other, but Health experts say many people do feel sad this time of year. Mandy Gaither has simple ways to cope with those feelings.
The third Monday in January is nicknamed Blue Monday for allegedly being the most depressing day of the year.
I'm just tired. The days are short. I don't know. Maybe I'm depressed.
We all know this is a rough stretch, so let's at least make sure we're getting some sleep.
Before you wrote this book, had you ever met anyone who had had a good night's sleep?
My husband.
ABC's Diane Macedo compiled years of research into her 2021 book, The Sleep Fix.
This morning on World News Now,
After nearly a decade anchoring the network's overnight newscasts, I'm listening.
the act of trying to sleep well, if you try too hard, can actually cause you to stay awake.
One of Diane's biggest revelations from consulting experts was that if you focus too much on the popular phrase sleep hygiene, you might psych yourself out.
In some ways, what you really have to learn is how to surrender and how to be okay with the idea that maybe you'll fall asleep quickly, maybe you won't.
And to avoid waking up like this, you may need to tackle your biggest worries ahead of time. Diane suggests a cognitive behavioral therapy technique where you physically write them out and then pencil in the next step in solving each one.
You'd be surprised how quickly that takes away the need for your brain to go in these cycles.
Yes! But most importantly, just know waking up like this is possible because, hey, trust me, you're not alone.
There are so many tools available to us that nobody ever talks about.
By the way, Diane is now offering a course on sleepfixmethod.com, and if you register by Wednesday, you get a live coaching session with Diane, and she's pretty cool. Yeah. In New York for ABC News, I'm Danny New.
All right, we're continuing to watch the weather situation. We're going to continue our coverage here on WAAY 31 through the 5:30 hour, so stay tuned with us. We'll have the latest look at 31 triple Doppler coming up next.
See you then.
This is WAAY 31 News, tracking winter weather.
Thanks for joining us for special WAAY 31 News coverage you can count on. At 5:30, I'm Dan Schaefer.
And I'm Nicole Williams. Snow is taking its toll on the roads here in Huntsville and across parts of North Alabama. We have live team coverage on the ground for you and on the roads covering this snow. WAAY 31's Paige Meyer and Maddie McCaffrey are standing by from Athens and Florence, respectively. WAAY 31's Rob Sneed is monitoring the conditions on the road and the WAAY 31 storm tracker. And WAAY 31 sports director Nolan Knight is giving us a look at the bitter cold conditions up here on Montesano.
But first up, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Canoose with the information we all need to know right now. Taylor?
It's been a wide variety of weather across North Alabama since last night. I want to start by taking you to our Alabama A&M Sky Cam, brought to you by the Thompson Roofing and Construction. And good layer of snow and ice on the ground across campus this evening. Currently 20 degrees in the Rocket City. It is cold everywhere, especially in northwest Alabama, where we've had a ton of snowfall today. Here's the latest from 31 Triple Doppler, where you see the blue and white is where snow continues to fall. Purple is where we have sleet, and then pink is where we have freezing rain. The combination of the ice and the snow causing hazardous travel across the entire region. Most of the snow has stayed north of this line here in far northern Alabama into southern Tennessee. Those farther south, including Decatur and Huntsville, have definitely had a mixed bag. A lot of us seeing more ice than snow out of this event, but everyone seeing hazardous travel conditions. As we head into this evening, those in DeKalb County that may have seen just some rain showers this afternoon will cool down enough for that transition to a freezing rain threat for you, as well as sleet. Meanwhile, we're going to see things quiet down from the west to the east late this evening. By midnight, we are free of the precipitation in Huntsville and Decatur. 3 a.m. is when all of it should clear out of North Alabama. Our attention then turns to bitter cold tonight through tomorrow morning. We're talking wind chill warnings for several locations, including Madison and Limestone County from midnight tonight through noon on Tuesday. We are looking at sub-zero wind chills across North Alabama. The threat for bitter cold and slick roads means we have 2 additional 31 alert days coming on Tuesday and Wednesday. No doubt there are slick roads out there at this very moment. Let's toss it over to meteorologist Amber Kulik for the latest look at the roads.
Taylor, I've been keeping an eye on those roadways over the past couple of hours here, and it looks like we have a lot of traffic on the roads, but where you don't see the green, that's just where we're seeing those problems with the snow and the ice on the roadways at this hour. So please be careful if you do have to travel out and about. Now, we do have a section of Interstate 65 that is shut down. So this is at that Morgan County, Coleman County line into Coleman County. Now, I was reading there is multiple crashes that are impacting both directions, so northbound and southbound. So please do not travel in this area. Don't travel at all if you can possibly get away with it. So this is the AlDOT camera at Lacon pointed towards Coleman. You can't really see a whole lot from this view. We have seen a couple of salt trucks on 31 over the past little bit here. But again, roads are icy. I'll continue to keep you updated on our situation on the roadways over the next couple of hours.
Thanks, Amber. WAAY 31 team coverage is on the ground in Lauderdale County.
WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey has been monitoring conditions on the road since last night. Maddie, are they improving at all?
Hey, Nicole and Dan, the snow here in Muscle Shoals is still falling just a little bit. In terms of the roads, they really are in no condition to safely be driving on them. We have seen some cars kind of coming in and out, but officials here are really urging you to stay home. Don't be on the roads if you don't have to be. We've seen some snow plows, and officials here tell us that it's easier for them to do their job and clear out the roadways if you are not driving. So stay home, stay safe, stay bundled up if you're planning on being outside. I'll be back here for WAAY 31 News at 6 with some insight from EMA Director of Lauderdale County on how to keep you and your family safe. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio. I'm live in Muscle Shoals with coverage you can count on. Maddie McCaffrey, WAAY 31 News.
All right, Maddie, we'll see you at 6. Right now, we have a new video showing snow coming down in Florence today. WAAY 31 viewer Susan Highland sent us this video. You can see the heavy snow falling on an area where a pond is starting to freeze over.
And take a look at the snow covering Joe Wheeler State Park this morning. Rangers are sharing these photos on Facebook. You can see the snow blanketing not only the parking lot, but also the piers you saw there a moment ago on the Tennessee River. Some of North Alabama's highest snowfall totals so far are in western Lauderdale County. Take a look at this video. Ronnie Green stepped out early in Waterloo. He shared this video of the snow blanketing the ground outside Waterloo High School. And take a look at the University of North Alabama's campus. Campus became a winter wonderland, mostly untouched because students and staff were out for the MLK holiday already. But it will be closed again tomorrow because of this extreme winter weather.
We're hearing from Tennessee Valley Authority this evening, and they've been getting ready for more than a week for this winter weather. TV officials say workers have been busy around the clock. The agency says their #1 goal during this storm is to make sure you don't end up in the dark.
We want to make sure that we keep everybody's lights on during this event, and that's really our #1 goal, is providing reliable power.
TVA recommends you seal up any leaks around your windows and doors so air isn't getting in or getting out. They also say you want to shut your blinds at night and make sure you turn up the thermostat by 3 or 4 degrees before leaving. And as we reported, the roads are slick and icy, but luckily that hasn't resulted in a whole lot of problems for drivers so far. Over at Lapdog Towing and Recovery, owner Mike Lapp says it's best for drivers just to stay inside if they can. If you do have to leave, he says, you want to be prepared. This means packing blankets, extra drinks and snacks, and making sure your tires and gas tanks are full. Lapp says there haven't been many calls to pick up drivers today, likely because the holiday has allowed people to stay home.
Some days are busier than, it depends on if the people are at work when this starts. But luckily the schools were out, the government was off today. So, it kept everybody pretty much off the roadway.
WAAY 31's Rob Sneed has spent this afternoon riding around in the WAAY 31 storm tracker.
Now, Rob, you seen any trouble spots across the metro Huntsville area?
Oh, trouble spots everywhere. I mean, the ice is covering the roads. The snow is everywhere. I've seen cars slipping that are out. The few cars that are out slipping, sliding. Right now, we're east on Madison Boulevard. Now, that's in Madison, just right off of the county road. But this is something that doesn't look like it's going to get any better. Let's cut right to the roads right here. You can see they're completely covered with snow, completely covered with ice. As I mentioned, drivers out here, some of them taking their times, others kind of speeding like this white SUV that just passed us. Definitely could probably slow down for their own safety, but these are things that you need to be mindful of. It's not just your driving, but the drivers that are around you. Now, we've covered road and weather conditions both on air and online, and we will continue to do that throughout the night. For now, I'm reporting live in Madison. Rob Sneed, WAAY 31 News.
All right, thanks, Rob. Here's another look at the road conditions here in Huntsville from earlier today. As you can see, that is ice on the roadway. Officials are asking you to stay off the roads, obviously, unless it's an emergency.
With roads looking the way they do, some school systems have decided to make changes to their schedules. Find out if your child's school is closing or going virtual tomorrow. All you have to do is head over to our website right now at waaytv.com.
Happening now, more than 2,000 flights are grounded due to winter weather. Southwest Airlines canceled the most flights today. And as snowy conditions push east, Nashville is among the airports hit the hardest. So if you're planning on taking a trip anytime soon, prepare for a headache at the airport and check with your carrier before you head there. Our team coverage continues now in Athens. We're keeping an eye on road conditions and other conditions there.
WAAY 31's Paige Meyer joins us live outside Buc-ee's. Paige, what are you seeing out there now?
Yeah, that's right, Nicole. I am here at Buc-ee's off of Highway 65, and right now there are actually a decent amount of people on the roads. You might be able to see behind me, the roads are still completely covered in snow, and on many of them, you can barely see the lines as you drive. Now, I will say this sleet has continued coming down. It's not doing me many favors, and as the light has come down, as the sun has begun to set, it is definitely feeling colder. Now, a lot of the people I talked to today pumping gas say that after they got gas, they were heading straight home, and I definitely do not blame them. Now, if you do take to the roads this afternoon, or this evening rather, make sure to take it easy and put some distance between you and that car up ahead of you. Reporting live in Athens with coverage you can count on. Paige Meyer, WAAY 31 News.
Thanks, Paige. Many places across North Alabama are offering space for you to warm up and get out of this bitter cold. In Colbert County, those include the Cherokee Community Shelter, the 1200 block of 2nd Street. In Decatur, you can go to Hands Across Decatur in the 1000 block of 5th Avenue Southeast. You can find a list of all these warming shelters open now on our website, waaytv.com. And so many of you have sent us pictures and videos that help us tell the story of what's happening out there. And this has been a day to enjoy at home, watching the snow, playing in the snow. and for some, getting their first ever experience in the snow.
This video of the snowfall in Cherokee, Lisa Nunley shared this video with us. It looked like a holiday postcard. The northwest part of the state got some of the heaviest snowfall. Lauderdale County was blanketed beneath several inches of snow. That system moved east, and Nicole Schaefer got this video of the snow coming down in Athens. Some took advantage for a little sledding with their dog in Lauderdale County. For some dogs in Madison County, it was their first time ever dealing with snow. In fact, Charlie seemed to be asking the cameraman in Taft what was going on. But over at a traveling farm in Athens, one alpaca seemed eager to eat it up.
And we love to see your pictures of your kids and pets playing in the snow. If you have video of snow in your area, you can send it to us. The address is newsroom@waytv.com.
Yeah, coming up, an update on what conditions look like on top of the mountain and in Huntsville.
Welcome back, 543. Taking a live look at the Alabama A&M campus, courtesy of our Thompson Roofing and Construction Sky Camera Network. Lots of snow and ice on the ground. Our team coverage continues now with WAAY 31's Nolan Knight.
He's standing by with an update on how things are looking up here on Montesano. Nolan, are you braving the cold tonight okay?
Guys, I'm trying my best to stay warm up here. The wind is whipping up on top of the mountain. You see behind me, normally we have a nice, stones and a nice pond, little water right there. I went and stood on it. That's how cold it is, frozen over and could hold my weight. I won't do it on live TV because I don't want to embarrass myself tonight, but it can hold my weight currently. That's how cold it's been all day, and that's how cold it's going to stay throughout the night. We still see this stuff flying back and forth. In fact, the visibility is pretty bad up here. Normally a beautiful view of downtown Huntsville. I can't see a single street light up here at our pavilion outside of the WAAY 31 studios. The ice, the sleet, it continues to fall and build up. So I'll continue to bring you the updates as we see more and more of this stuff accumulate outside of the station on Montesano. Reporting from the parking lot, Nolan Knight, WAAY 31 News.
All right, Nolan, thanks. It's not just snow affecting so many people in the middle of the country. This is new video of the Mississippi River freezing up. That's how cold it is this evening in Moline, Illinois. Dangerously low wind chills there are ranging from 30 to 40 degrees at times.
And we weren't the only region experiencing the cold snap. Massive swath of the U.S. getting hit with snow and ice. Jim Cantori with the Weather Channel now has an update from Oxford, Mississippi.
All right, we've got a good old-fashioned sleet storm here in Oxford, Mississippi. It's 14 degrees. We may get to 20 today for about an hour if we're lucky, but we're into this big, and you can see it's accumulated everywhere and through here. The good news is it is sleet versus freezing rain, or this would be an ice skating rink. And the fact remains, temperatures are going to remain cold across much of the South. Really from Texas up through Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, even into northwest Georgia, we've got ourselves an icy situation here, and this has made its way all the way to the northeast, where some of those snow droughts they've had, yeah, they may get broken by this system, which has already produced more snow at Memphis than it has in New York City, Philly, and Baltimore combined this year. Either way you slice it, we're not out of the woods. The cold remains with us through the week, and believe it or not, on Thursday, there may be another shot at more ice and snow in the South with the next shot of cold air. Winter has finally arrived in a big way. Reporting in downtown Oxford, Mississippi, I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori.
A big way. WAAY 31's winter weather coverage does not stop here.
Yeah, our Storm Tracker weather team is closely monitoring our 31 triple Doppler to track the snow and the ice all across North Alabama. Live team coverage right on the other side of the break.
WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust with 31 triple Doppler.
Well, let's start with the view from several DOT cameras in North Alabama. The roads are a mess. The main message I want you to take away, if you haven't received it already, stay off the roads. It's only going to get worse tonight as the traffic lightens up even more. More of this is going to freeze on the pavement. We're dealing with a mix of ice and snow, and that's causing treacherous conditions across the board. That's what it looks like in Decatur right now, and they didn't even get the heaviest of the snow by a long shot. A lot heavier snow fell elsewhere across northwest Alabama today, and that will continue to be the area to watch as we head into this evening. So travel impacts tonight, likely to have slick roads for the wide majority of North Alabama. Tomorrow, I still expect slick roadways for many of us, especially the locations that picked up snowfall. But even in, say, Madison County, much of Morgan County, I think it's likely that you will continue to deal with slick roadways tomorrow, partially because our temperatures will remain well below freezing all day long on Tuesday. Let's get to 31 triple Doppler. Things are beginning to lighten up. I think in the shoals, within the next hour or two, you may be done with the snow for good. Right now, we're seeing hit and miss snow showers in those locations, drifting from the west to the east here. Still some heavier bursts of snow So we're not completely out of the woods, but things beginning to calm down there at least a little bit. It's a mixed bag for us in northeast Alabama. We have everything from rain showers near Fort Payne, where temperatures are in the upper 30s, to freezing rain just to the north here along parts of Sand Mountain. Purple is sleet, so the precipitation that pings off the windshield, that's sleet, and that's ongoing in Scottsboro. On the northern tier, the blue and the white, that's snow, and some heavier bursts of snow continue for far north Alabama. And that is reducing visibility in spots down to 2-mile visibility in Huntsville and 3-mile visibility in Decatur as well as Scottsboro. So bottom line is I expect much of this precip to clear out of here over the next several hours. In the shoals again by 7 o'clock. It should be done for you at midnight at the latest for Decatur and Huntsville, may even be sooner than that. And then this could linger into the very early morning hours of Tuesday for Sand Mountain, but by 3 o'clock we should be free of this mixed precipitation, whether it's ice or snow. It should be gone for good by sunrise tomorrow morning. Things are really cooling down out there. Temperatures still above freezing in DeKalb County, at least in Fort Payne, but elsewhere we are well below freezing. 20 in Decatur, 18 in Athens, and 19 at this hour in Muscle Shoals. And here is our forecast for the current wind chills are down to the single digits in Muscle Shoals, Decatur, and Huntsville, and it's going to get even colder than that. Wind chill warning in place from midnight tonight through noon on Tuesday for Madison, Limestone, Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, and Lawrence counties in Alabama. Wind chill advisories for the counties highlighted in light blue. Bottom line, it is going to be very cold tonight, dangerously cold. Could stress our power systems with the type of cold we're expecting the next couple of nights. Our wind chills will be near or below zero late tonight through tomorrow morning, and it's really not going to warm up much tomorrow afternoon with forecast highs in the low to mid 20s. 24 tomorrow in Coleman, 23 in Muscle Shoals, and 22 in Athens. Those are your actual temperature forecast highs on Tuesday. And then our coldest temperatures will arrive tomorrow night. Check out Fayetteville, forecast low 1 below zero. 0 in Athens, 5 in Huntsville, 5 in Decatur. We're going to be in record territory tomorrow night, that is for sure. After quieting down tomorrow and Wednesday as far as the precipitation goes, we have our next system that will bring us another chance at wintry weather later this week on Thursday, and it's possible that we have to deal with more ice and more snow. That's going to be more likely in Tennessee. This likely, if it does materialize, would not be quite as impactful as what we're seeing today, but it is something worth monitoring, especially near the state line and northward Thursday afternoon into Thursday evening. I'm crossing my fingers it doesn't happen and we stay warm enough for it to just be rain, but it's something we'll be watching closely. Thursday is going to be our warmest day of this week with a high of 42 degrees, so hopefully we can at least improve our road conditions with those above freezing temperatures, but we get another push of cold air after that. Highs all the way down to the 20s again by Saturday, lows in the low teens both Friday night and Saturday night. So we are not done with the cold weather anytime soon. We'll have to wait until next week for things to start to improve to the mid-50s by next Tuesday, and 60s are on the 10-day forecast. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel. It's just going to feel like a long, long tunnel and a long walk to get there.
A long, cold tunnel.
Yes, with everything in front of us.
We'll get there. We just have to make the safety the priority first.
Yeah,
Yes.
Stay home if you can, please.
All right, thanks, Taylor.
You bet.
5:55 now, and you're taking a live look at Albertville, courtesy of our Thompson Roofing and Construction Sky Camera Network. One thing conspicuously missing from this picture, snow. It really didn't have much of an impact on the ground out there. Heaviest snow was in the shoals, and it seemed to taper as it went to the east.
Oh, they get so lucky. Severe winter weather is affecting lots of people traveling, and they're getting their flights disturbed and disrupted this evening.
That's a fact. Handful of flights here at Huntsville International Airport were canceled today. One viewer shared this video, though, showing the work that Huntsville Airport employees did to keep access roads as clear as possible. It was severe weather in other parts of the country that led to those cancellations. And this is new video in from one of those trouble spots. As you can see, snow removal equipment had a lot of work to do at the airport in Memphis. This system has produced more snow so far this year in Memphis than Philadelphia, New York, and Baltimore combined. About 300 workers operated nearly 4 dozen snow removal vehicles at Memphis International to clear that snow away.
Life-threatening cold is affecting millions of Americans.
Parts of the Midwest now seeing temperatures at or just below 0 degrees. ABC's Ika Jachi is in Washington with more.
Today, more than 100 million Americans are dealing with an Arctic blast, bringing record snow, ice, and frigid cold temperatures. A cold blast affecting the Northeast, helping to bring lake-effect snow in western New York. Whiteout conditions blanketing Buffalo. Overnight, residents seen desperately digging out cars. New York Governor Kathy Hochul declaring a state of emergency. This video inside Highmark Stadium, home of the Buffalo Bills, showing what kickoff conditions would have looked like Sunday if the Bills-Steelers wildcard game had not been postponed until Monday. A winter weather advisory issued for Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, and New York City, lasting into Tuesday afternoon, with some areas expected to see 1 to 3 inches of snow. In the Midwest today, heavy snow and bone-chilling temperatures causing havoc. Record cold and wind chill alerts issued for 26 states from the Canadian border in Montana to the Rio Grande River in Texas, with Montana experiencing air temperatures as low as negative 54 degrees this weekend. In Colorado, an avalanche crashing down. These cars buried, but no injuries reported. Even the South targeted by that heavy snow and ice. In Texas, the company operating the state's electric grid asking customers to conserve power. Crews working to de-ice planes at Dallas Love Field. More than 1,600 flights already canceled as of Monday morning, coupled with more than 1,400 delays. Now, more on the travel situation. Denver, Chicago, Dallas, Nashville, and Houston are among the airports most affected by the winter weather so far. Ika Jachi, ABC News, Washington.
Now, according to CNN, about 79% of the country is seeing below freezing temperatures. More than 140 daily cold records could be broken today and tomorrow.
Well, needless to say, it's still a mess out there, but we're going to see the snow and the ice wind down over these next few hours, so we're not going to add much more to what we have already seen, which has been plenty. Here's 31 triple Doppler. The blue is where we have snow ongoing, purple is sleet, and that little sliver of pink on the southern edge of this precip is freezing rain. The mixture of ice and snow causing a lot of hazards out there in North Alabama. We will dry out late tonight, but it's all about the cold on Tuesday and Wednesday when we have 2 more 31 alert days in place, and we're going to have continued coverage of this winter storm coming up here next at the top of our 6 o'clock show.
Yeah, we've got reporters spread out all across North Alabama for you, covering this winter storm from the shoals right into the metro area. And we are continuing to monitor conditions both here in the studio and on the ground out there.
Yep. Our winter storm coverage continues next at 6.
This is WAAY 31 News, tracking winter weather.
And you're taking a live look. We were looking at Decatur, where we had plenty of snow on the ground. There it is. Views of wintry scene across North Alabama. We're continuing to track winter weather that will impact your travels, and bitter cold coming our way overnight tonight. The full details coming up in just a moment.
It is snowing here in North Alabama. Take a look at this aerial view of Whitesburg Drive in Huntsville this evening. You can see a few people driving and braving the roads, and snow beginning to accumulate on roofs and lawns this evening. Thanks for joining us for WAAY 31 News at 6. I'm Nicole Williams.
And I'm Dan Schaefer.
Tonight, WAAY 31 is bringing you team coverage across North Alabama. We've got all hands on deck to track this winter weather. Now, we want you to be aware that we want everyone to know that our reporters are safe and they're warm. You only see them when they're outside, but when they're not on the air, they all have warm places to go inside. And of course, our storm tracker is equipped to travel in this type of weather.
Let's check in first. We're going to check in with all them in just a moment. But first, it's going to see how cold it is, how cold it's going to get when this all comes to an end. Finally, Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Canoose with 31 Triple Doppler.
Yeah, we're not done with the snow and ice just yet, Dan and Nicole, but things are going to wind down here pretty soon. Here's the scene over at Alabama A&M this evening. Very pristine and winter-like, but it's not easy to travel on any roads on campus or anywhere across North Alabama. Still treacherous conditions, and that's why we continue to have the winter storm warning in place for all of North Alabama all the way until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll wait and see if they decide to cancel that early with this precip winding down this evening. But take a look at some of these totals. 7.5 inches of snow reported in Lexington, 7 inches of snow in Petersburg, Tennessee. That's in Lincoln County. Underwood, Petersville over in northwest Alabama, 6 inches reported there. Anywhere between 2 and 4 inches around the shoals, whether it's Florence, Waterloo, or around Muscle Shoals. So a healthy snowstorm for those locations. Farther to the south, not nearly as much snow. In fact, many of you maybe didn't see a flake of snow at all. Here's the latest on 31 Triple Doppler, and we continue to see snow where you see the blue, and some of this is still on the heavier side, stretching from Limestone to northern Madison into Lincoln County in Tennessee and back toward parts of northwest Alabama. Where you see purple is where we've had sleet, and that's even accumulating in spots, so that adds to the slick roadway concerns. We have certainly seen that in Huntsville and Decatur. It's still a mixed bag for some of the southern locations, but farther north, where it's been largely just snow, that's where it's really piled up and has been quite the snow event for you folks near the Alabama-Tennessee state line. Here's the latest on future radar, and as we move through this evening, we will gradually see an end from the west to the east with the mixed precip threat. Those of you in DeKalb County that have stayed just warm enough to only see cold rain today, I do think it's going to cool down enough for freezing rain to be a problem for you later this evening and overnight tonight. After that, it gets quite cold late tonight with lows in the teens and wind chills below 0 expected. A look at just how low those numbers could drop tonight coming up in a few minutes.
Thanks, Taylor. Emergency management leaders in Lauderdale County urge you to stay safe and stay off the roads if you can. They say the conditions on the roadways are not in any condition for drivers.
Let's go now to WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey. She's live in Muscle Shoals with more on how you can stay safe and enjoy the weather at the same time. Maddie.
Yeah, Nicole and Dan, the snowfall has lightened up just a bit here in Muscle Shoals. The roads, however, the roads out here are very slick. Keep you and your family safe by not venturing out on any of the roadways. The roadways in Florence and Muscle Shoals are just not in any condition to safely drive on them. Now, Lauderdale County EMA director says their staff is well prepared and equipped to handle any kind of emergency situation that this winter weather could bring.
Basically, we've been on a number of calls, making sure we've got the proper coordination in place if something does happen. We've talked to several of the response agencies. They're doing what they normally do. We have a very, very good, responsible set of response agencies, and they are accustomed to this type of weather. Even though we don't have it that often, they still remember the last events.
And we've seen a lot of people out here in the Shoals and Florence enjoying themselves a snow day.
Just wandering around, going to meet up with some people downtown and potentially find some places to go sledding and possibly even a snowball fight. Who knows?
Now, stay bundled up if you do go outside. Keep you and your family safe in these conditions. Don't venture out on the roads unless you have to. For now, reporting live in Muscle Shoals with coverage you can count on, Maddie McCaffrey, WAAY 31 News.
Thanks, Maddie. Our coverage continues tonight from our WAAY 31 Storm Tracker, powered by Lynn Layton Chevrolet. We go now live to Rob Sneed, who has been riding around the Huntsville metro area this afternoon. Rob, you're seeing a lot of slick spots out there.
I mean, absolutely, and it seems like it just looks even worse now that the sun is gone. Right now we're in Madison on Highway 72 West, and I mean, there's no deciphering at all between the actual where the road begins and where it ends, and if you're too close to the edge, you could possibly end up in addition. That's not something you want to do. You have to be on the lookout. You have to keep a close eye out on the road. You have to make sure that your windshield is clear of ice or you could find yourself in some trouble. There are a few cars out here. There are many slick spots. And so those who have to travel tonight, you need to make sure that you're keeping a close eye not only on yourself, but the cars that are around you, in front of you. Of course, we've been covering this weather all day, weather conditions, both air and online. And of course, we will continue to cover those throughout the night to keep you safe. Reporting live in Madison, Rob Sneed, WAAY 31 News.
Thank you, Rob. The snow is piling up in Athens.
WAAY 31's Jillian Kay has been out there all day long. She joins us live now from Buc-ee's. Jillian, it looks like there's a pretty large amount of snow out there. How many inches are we talking?
Hey, Dan and Nickel, I'm actually going to show you. I've got my handy WAAY 31 ruler here. Let's take a look. I'm going to stick it in the snow right here. Oh my goodness. It looks like we have about an inch of snow, if you can see it right there with this WAAY 31 ruler. And travelers tell me that inch could be deadly out on the roads. Buc-ee's looks empty now, but earlier this afternoon it was packed with travelers. Most didn't expect these icy conditions. Clearly not WAAY 31 viewers, but in all seriousness, I spoke with so many people today, and all have essentially the same story, as one traveler coming for 8 hours from Cincinnati says he almost lost control of his vehicle.
The car is like vibrating left to right all the time, especially in the interstate in Nashville. It was very terrible.
And guys, while interstates tend to get the most snow removal, at Buc-ee's most are interstate travelers, and most say that the roads are rough. Remember, if it is icy, it's dicey. Stay off the roads if you can. And now that the sun is down, the conditions are expected to get much more dangerous out here, as temperatures will drop to the single digits. And for those of you at home that are worried about us WAAY 31 reporters standing out here in the cold, don't worry, Buc-ee's is right there in proximity. So when I'm not here live talking to you, I'm in there warming up and getting some food. I'm live in Athens with coverage you can count on. Jillian Kay, WAAY 31 News.
We echo that, Jillian. If it's icy, it's dicey.
I love that.
Our team coverage continues with WAAY 31's Nolan Knight live on Montecito, showing us what conditions are like.
Yeah, Nolan, how's it looking outside what is now the WAAY 31 Studios Ice Castle?
Yeah, that's exactly right, guys. It is iced over. Everything is. And, at some point, I would like to come back inside. So I've taken it upon myself to do you guys some favor. Maybe ice off some of your cars. The only problem with that is, as you can see, I hardly made a dent. There's almost a millimeter of ice on all the cars out here, and it's only building up. It's still coming down. It's still accumulating up here on Montecito as it continues. The wind whips and it blows it off the trees and puts it on the road. And as you can see down here, I mean, it's almost an inch of ice and snow, and you can't even pick it up because it's so compacted. It's so cold. And it's making it a problem for not only getting on the road, but getting in your car and trying to ice off your windshields. Can't even make a dent. That's how deep the ice is, and I'm really trying to use some strength here. So tomorrow, if you do have to go to work, be sure to take that extra time, not only to warm up the car, but to ice off the windshields and be as cautious as you can trying to go into work tomorrow, or if you have an emergency tonight and have to leave, give yourself that extra time, because as you're seeing, this ice has really started to build up on all of our station cars. Dan, Nickel, I'll do my best to try to get to your cars once I'm done with this run. Reporting from Montecito, I'm Nolan Knight, WAAY 31 News.
Yeah, the ice is piling up over here. Tonight, a local towing company is out on the roads in Huntsville, making sure those driving are safe. We want to take a look now at this video of Lapdog Towing recovering and loading up vehicles. Owner Mike Lapp says it's best practices for drivers to stay home if possible. He says if you have to go somewhere, be prepared. Pack extra drinks, snacks, and blankets. Make sure your gas tank and your pressure is full and your tires. He says there haven't been too many calls to pick up drivers because today is a holiday.
Some days are busier than, it depends on if the people are at work when it starts. But luckily the schools were out, the government was off today. So, kept everybody pretty much off the roadway.
You know what? 6 families in the Shoals took full advantage of today's snow day. WAAY 31's Marie Waxel gives us a look at the adventures in Muscle Shoals, Gatman Park this afternoon.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I think today is awesome, and it's definitely the most snow I've had in a while.
Yeah, it's really fun. I've already been here before, and it was my first time, and it was really, really fun. And I was really excited to come back.
Got out of school, having a blast. It's just really cool because, you know, like the community really doesn't come out like this a lot, so it's really cool to see everyone here.
It's cold, but it's really fun to sled and with my family.
It's a lot of fun making memories with people in your community and all the kids out having fun together, and it's not something we get a whole lot, so we really make the most of it. Sledding's my favorite.
Great to see folks out there enjoying the white stuff. North Alabama is not the only place seeing freezing conditions. In fact, nearly 80% of the country could see sub-zero temperatures. The latest from across the nation when we return.
And we'll take a look at how snow and ice are affecting travel conditions here at Huntsville International. Stay with us.
And we have 2 more 31 alert days ahead for slick roadways and brutally cold temperatures. So look at just how cold I expect it to get. Coming up next.
Coverage you can count on. This is WAAY 31 News at 6 with Dan Schaefer, Nickel Williams, Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust, and sports with Nolan Knight.
Severe weather affecting lots of people trying to catch a flight today.
A handful of flights at Huntsville International were canceled today. One viewer shared this video showing the work Huntsville Airport employees were doing so that they could keep the roads as clear as possible. It was severe weather in other parts of the country that led to the cancellations at HSV. New at 6, as we mentioned, snow and those freezing cold temperatures have most of the country under winter storm warnings. Laura Aguirre has the latest on these extreme conditions and what is heading next.
A nationwide deep freeze might be putting it mildly, considering forecasters predict 80% of the population could experience sub-zero temperatures over the next 7 days, and more than 250 daily cold records could fall through Tuesday.
We're trying to figure out how much damage our house got and just get the pipes winterized and whatnot.
A weekend storm across parts of New England has some residents racing the clock to shore up damage ahead of more freezing temperatures, while severe wind chill alerts stretch border to border across the central and eastern U.S., with winter storm and blizzard warnings peppering states in the West, Gulf region, Mid-Atlantic, and around parts of the Great Lakes. In Buffalo, the Bills have asked some fans to brave the bone-chilling conditions to make a little cold hard cash, shoveling out Highmark Stadium ahead of Monday's playoff game.
Well, $20 an hour, that's what I'm determined for, and so be it, I'll stay all night.
Snow mixed with sleet and ice causing potentially lethal conditions further south in states like Louisiana and Arkansas. A man was killed Sunday about 60 miles northeast of Little Rock when state police say his truck left a snowy highway and hit a tree. Snow flurries and ice accumulation are expected to remain a concern along parts of the Gulf into the southeast through Monday, with the system eventually moving into the northeast by Tuesday, bringing snowfall once again to major cities and airport hubs along with it. I'm Laura Aguirre reporting.
Now, WAAY 31 Storm Tracker Chief Meteorologist Taylor Knust with 31 Triple Doppler.
This winter weather is wreaking havoc all across the country.
Yeah, and for us, this is a type of storm we don't see too often. It's been a while since we've even had an inch of snow in Muscle Shoals, and they likely had around 2 to 4 inches there from last night through today.
So what are we in for tonight, and then when does it all come to an end?
Yeah, I think the ice, the snow, whatever's falling from the sky right now, that's going to wrap up this evening from the west to the east, and whatever's left after that is slick roadways and brutal cold coming our way for the next couple of days. So we are not out of the woods for the winter weather, even when the snow is out of here. Here's a look at the WAAY 31 Skycam Network, brought to you by Thompson Roofing and Construction. Winter wonderland across North Alabama. The Shoals picked up the heaviest snow by far, but everyone saw at least some ice and snow across the wide majority of North Alabama today. The snow looks like it may very well be wrapped up for Florence and is soon to be wrapped up in Muscle Shoals. This is the back edge of the precipitation we're going to see this evening, and this will gradually drift from the west to the east. So where you see the blue and the white is where we have snow ongoing. Where you have purple is where sleet continues to fall, and that has been the primary winter type precip mode for us in Huntsville throughout the day today. Meanwhile, a little bit of freezing rain mixing in with that sleet in the southern edge of this across parts of Sand Mountain. So a mixed bag of everything, kind of a mess out there. Bottom line is it's not a good time to be traveling with visibility below 2 miles in Huntsville and at 2 miles in Decatur. So a lot of hazards out there. The bottom line is we want you all to stay safe and just kind of hang out inside this evening until things can improve. Road crews can get out and clear the roadways. Future radar, I think, is actually a little slow to clear things out. I think it's going to clear out a little bit quicker than what you're seeing here on the map. We will have the possibility of more sleet, more freezing rain, and maybe a little bit more snow through just after midnight tonight. By sunrise Tuesday, it's long gone. And what we're left with is a lot of cold air in place. So not much more snow expected, maybe a dusting. Our model is suggesting up to a ½ inch in Scottsboro. I doubt we'll even see that much for the rest of the night tonight. But more sleet, more freezing rain, that's going to pile on to what we've already seen and cause more headaches on the roadways tonight through tomorrow morning. Our current temperatures are below freezing in the wide majority of North Alabama, the exception Fort Payne, which is still at 37, but you will cool down there quickly tonight as well. It feels like 10 in Huntsville, 9 in Decatur, 9 in Muscle Shoals, and a goose egg 0 in Lawrenceburg right now. It is going to be one of our colder nights we have had in quite some time, with the wind chill dropping near 0 at midnight tonight and then below 0 late tonight through tomorrow morning. You will not want to spend much time outside, I can promise you that. It's going to be breezy through tomorrow, and we're looking at just flat out cold conditions the next couple of days. Wind chill warning in effect for the Shoals over to Limestone, Madison County from midnight tonight through noon on Tuesday. Wind chill advisories for the rest of us in North Alabama. Our actual temperatures are only going to climb to the low and mid 20s during the day tomorrow. We'll barely get above freezing on Wednesday, so it's going to take a little bit to completely clear out this snow and ice, because we're not going to rebound right away. In fact, we have an additional chance at a light wintry mix on Thursday in the afternoon into the evening. We have sunshine on Wednesday, and then here it comes. It's a quick moving system that will not be as impactful as what we've seen today, but I'm watching for the potential of that mix of rain, potentially freezing rain, and perhaps some light snow, mainly in Tennessee during that time. I want to end with some good news. The 8 to 10 day outlook late in the month of January looking warmer than average for us. And what that looks like is 50s by next Tuesday, low 60s by next Wednesday and Thursday. We just have a little bit of cold weather to get through over the next week before we can finally thaw out here in the Tennessee Valley.
Some areas recorded over half a foot of snow from this system. Here's a magnolia tree in a yard blanketed by the thick snow. WAAY 31 viewer Randy Witten sent us this video from Wayne County, Tennessee, just north of Florence. And so many of you have sent us pictures and videos that help us tell the story.
We wanted to share some of those highlights of how people are dealing with the snow across our area.
Bundled up and ready for action, young Braxton Myers grabbed his sled and took a ride in Lincoln County. Check out that Ford. You go, Braxton. Some big kids had big ideas for fun in the snow. It involved a zero-turn mower and doing some donuts. Check out that action along State Line Road. And who doesn't love animals in the snow? We can't get enough of this alpaca literally eating up the snow at a farm in Athens.
Some folks in Huntsville took a quick ride along a snowy slick street on an inflatable. Sarah Jordan posted this video on Facebook. This Iowa native wrote, quote, "This is how we handle snow in Alabama." Love it.
Good for them. Making lemonade out of lemons.
Yes, yeah. My
something.
daughters were sledding down the little bit of ice we had in our driveway this afternoon. So you got to do what you got to do, right?
Yeah, that's right. Make the best of it.
Yeah. All right, well, we're not quite done with the snow and the ice yet, but it's beginning to wind down here. So let's get a final check of 31 triple Doppler. Those of you in Muscle Shoals and Florence, I do think you are done with the snow for good. We're getting one last push of that snow-ice mix across much of North Alabama, and it's going to clear out from the west to the east this evening. The cold moves in tonight. Sub-zero wind chills overnight tonight. Please be safe in this brutally cold weather.
WAAY 31 gives you 24/7 coverage you can count on.
We will see you back here later tonight, tracking all the weather and conditions for you. Keep it right here with WAAY 31.
this moment. That's also the case in Decatur up to Athens. That's pushing from the west to the east. So we are done with the snow and the ice in Muscle Shoals, but we continue to see a slow sleet and snow mix across Decatur and Huntsville. This likely wraps up in the next hour or two for North Alabama. More updates throughout the night here on WAAY 31. In the Shoals, we are done with the wintry precip, but it continues across northeast Alabama, a little bit farther south of the Tennessee River as well. That mix of snow and sleet, along with a little freezing rain, causing some travel headaches. As this clears out this evening, the cold is really going to settle in. Wind chill warnings for many of us, including the Shoals and Madison County. Current wind chills in the single digits. Those are likely to drop below zero overnight tonight. And for the first half of the day Tuesday, we'll keep you updated throughout the night here on WAAY 31.
Huntsville. And we cannot forget about WAAY 31 Sports Director Nolan Knight. He's taking a look now at the snow atop Montesano.
First things first, let's check in with WAAY 31 Chief Meteorologist Taylor Canoes. Hey, Taylor.
Hey, we're not quite done with the rain, the snow and the ice rather just yet. Still tracking some snow and sleet on 31 triple Doppler. We are finished out in the shoals, but we do have a fairly heavy burst of snow and sleet. The sleet in purple, the snow in the blue across parts of Morgan, Limestone, and Madison County. One final push of that wintry precip moving through Decatur as well as Huntsville. Once this clears, we are likely done for the night in both of those locations. But still dealing with the active weather across northeast Alabama. Much of Marshall County seeing sleet, even a little freezing rain at this moment. DeKalb County beginning to see those slick roads materialize up on Sand Mountain, where you see that freezing rain developing and sleet developing along US 72 there, including near Scottsboro. So it's a wintry mix that's causing a lot of issues on the roadways. Slick conditions likely throughout the night tonight, especially considering these temperatures are going to be way below the freezing mark, down into the teens later on tonight. The wintry mix should clear out around or shortly after midnight. We'll be dry from that point through tomorrow and Wednesday, but the slick roads likely to stay put for a while with the freezing temperatures that are going to stick around the next couple of days. A wind chill warning in effect from midnight tonight until noon on Tuesday for the counties highlighted in gray. That does include Madison and Limestone counties. Wind chill advisories for the counties highlighted in light blue. For those in the warning, the wind chill could drop as low as 10 below zero. Overnight tonight. We're talking some serious cold that we do need to take seriously. I'll show you the future wind chill forecast as we head through tonight and tomorrow, plus a look ahead to when we can finally expect to warm up. All those details coming up here in just a couple minutes.
All right, thanks, Taylor. 2 lanes on 431 are back open after a wreck near Owens Crossroads blocked 2 lanes. New video just into our newsroom shows a truck towing a car blocking the road and another car in a ditch on the other side of the road. No word yet on if anyone was injured. We will check in with Storm Tracker meteorologist Amber Kulik in just a few minutes for a look at our best way traffic. Well, dozens of school systems are canceling classes tomorrow in case of icy roads in the metro area, and those include Huntsville City, Madison City, and Madison County schools. Out in the shoals, Lauderdale County, Franklin County, and Russellville City schools are closed tomorrow. We have a full list of all the schools and business closures on our website, WAAYTV.com. They're also running across the bottom of your screen right now.
Many places across North Alabama are offering space for you to warm up and get out of this bitter cold. In Colbert County, this includes the Cherokee Community Shelter on 2nd Street. In Decatur, you can go to Hands Across Decatur on 5th Avenue Southeast. You can find a list of all the warming centers open right now at our website, WAAYTV.com. And our team coverage continues now in Madison County.
WAAY 31's Rob Sneed has spent the entire afternoon riding in the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker today. And Rob, what are conditions looking like as we head into the overnight hours?
Yeah, right now we are live here on Highway 53 North in Huntsville. Right now it is cold, it is dark. There are very few cars on the road, as it should be right now. And as we're driving along, it's just getting colder and colder. The ice is forming on the window. We have scraped this off multiple times. We just pulled over, we just scraped it off, and now the ice is starting to form back on your windshield. So you have to follow authorities. They say stay off the roads if you do not have to be on. And it's kind of the same situation at Memorial Parkway, slick roads. Like you're seeing right now here on Highway 53, you cannot see the lanes at all. They're completely covered. They're slippery. We've been sliding, and it's just a mess out here. Interstate 565 west from Huntsville to Madison, the same situation. You want to drive slow in all of these areas. If you have to go out tonight, make sure that you are not speeding. We did see a few speeders, and this is not the night you want to do that, regardless of the size of your car, whether you have 2 front wheel or all-wheel drive or any type of those types of cars. It does not matter. You need to drive slow, and you need to drive with caution. Now, we've covered roads and weather conditions both on air and online, and we will continue to do so throughout the night. Of course, you want to download the WAAY 31 Storm Tracker for the latest updates on weather conditions and road conditions in your area. For now, we are reporting live in Huntsville. Rob Sneed, WAAY 31 News.
Rob, thanks. And over in northwest Alabama, Muscle Shoals has seen a lot of snow and sleet all day long.
And WAAY 31's Maddie McCaffrey is live in the Shoals right now. Maddie, emergency management officials say conditions on the roads are not safe for any drivers to attempt right now.
That's right, Dan and Nicole. There's no more snow falling here in the Shoals, but it is definitely freezing out here, and the road conditions are definitely not safe to be driving on. There's a lot of slick spots throughout the roads in the Muscle Shoals area. We've also seen a handful of cars get stuck in thick amounts of snow out on the roadways, so definitely not safe to be driving on. Officials here are urging you to stay home, warm and safe. Don't be out driving on the road unless you have to. Lauderdale County EMA Director tells us first responders are well prepared and equipped to handle any kind of emergency this winter weather could bring in the Shoals. Here's some advice from EMA Director George O'Brien on keeping you and your family safe as you're hunkering down at home through these freezing temperatures.
Just mainly check on your neighbors, check on your pets. Be very, very, very careful with heating sources, space heaters. If you lose power, just be very, very careful if you use alternate heat sources. Again, we've had a few wrecks during the night. We really haven't picked up many today.